see if I can pull up my notes for that really fast. A lot of things involved standardized parking requirements, potential density upzoning at the state level. There were several legislative topics that came up to just kind of start preparing for January in the legislative session. So that's amping up, and had a great time celebrating the city at Sauerkraut Days this last weekend. I just can't say enough about the committee members and the time and the effort that they put in, and the participation we had from the community. And, you know, I just think I felt like there was a lot of things that I found to be beneficial as I participated in almost every event this weekend. I just love being with the residents of the city. So I really appreciate Ashley and Nicole spearheading that and taking care of that for our community and bringing people together.
Good. They'll be here later, and we'll have an opportunity to hear from them. Brent?
Ryan and I had an opportunity to go over and meet with Will Lusk on emergency preparedness, discuss various aspects of the structure and organization of emergency preparedness at our level as well. One of the great things that I thought came out of that meeting was what constitutes an emergency is usually an emergency that would be within your own family, whether that being prepared with food stuff, shelter, medicines, money, or other things. Usually an emergency is constituted within your own family, and you have to prepare your own family for your own emergencies. No organization on the outside can prepare you for those things. In a city, we prepare to take care of water, failures, sewer, and as we handed out in the brochure, there are things that you can do for preparing for emergency. But it was quite interesting to understand that your emergency is what is within your own family. That's where it has to start. Anyway, that was a good meeting we had with Will. Maybe Ryan will add more to it, and we'll be working on some things with emergency preparedness. My wife has been laid up with surgery for 8 weeks, and so she finally had a chance to get out on the 24th with a neck brace on. We drove up to Island Park and camped and rode over to West Yellowstone, and both of us got COVID. We hadn't been anywhere all summer long, and both of us picked up COVID. So I wasn't able to get to the Historical Preservation Committee meeting. I have watched it. Sounds like they're on top of things, planting some plaques and stuff like that. So, but unfortunately, that's the way it was. And I did not attend the Sauerkraut celebration as I was in Seattle, Washington area, attending a niece's wedding. So that's about all I have to say.
Great. Thank you. David?
Let's see, mosquito abatement, first of all. They reported that last year at this time they had about 3,600 mosquitoes in the traps. This year was about 2,000 only, and so that's down about 8%. They attributed that to some of the colder weather getting the season started. Last time I reported one of the trucks had a crash, and this time I can report the same thing, unfortunately. This time, it's funny, but it's not funny, I guess. But the truck was rear-ended and got out and talked to the person who hit the truck, and it turned out the driver was a county employee from the accident review board. So the gentleman that was in the wreck said he'd had about 5 wrecks between him and his family in the last couple of months, unfortunately. So hopefully things improve for him.
Hopefully somebody else's fault.
Yeah,
theirs.
yeah, he was fine, but They've got so far about 322 acres of drone coverage done, and coming up on November 21st will be a public hearing for a potential tax increase for mosquito abatement. They haven't done that in 15 years, and just need some new equipment and things that are requiring additional funds. So that'll be coming up. On September 7th, there's going to be a day of service, and Ryan and I met with a gentleman from the Providence Stake, I believe he said, wanting to get some of the projects on Just Serve, and said that through his stake they would have plenty of volunteers for us that wanted to just come and help. I personally have had some technical difficulties in getting those uploaded, so he's helping me with the tech part of that too, and making that work. And we also have a report into their, whoever administers the site, to fix whatever the problem is. But some of those things could be painting, tree trimming, just general cleanup. So Ryan and I went around to a couple of parks and just kind of discovered some things that helped open my eyes to what future projects could entail. So I think
So
that's
if
about it.
anyone in this room wants to sign up, what
Yeah,
would
and
they
anyone,
do?
you'll go to Just Serve. There's a Providence City page. Those aren't up yet because I keep getting an error that says, I can't remember specifically what that was, but it's not letting me upload right now. But we'll have those up hopefully pretty soon.
Okay, so we're shooting for September 7th,
And
right?
September 7th is the day of service.
Okay.
What it's going to be. And then I didn't make it to much of the Sauerkraut days. The drone show was awesome though. It was pretty amazing, and the kids liked it, and it was great to see so many people there too. So
Yes,
hopefully I can make more of that next time.
good. Okay. Jeff?
Life has been busy the last month, so I don't have a lot to report on, but I just want to apologize for not getting to sauerkraut stuff also. I did go down to the corner below my house though, and we lined the streets, and we all had bells, and when the 5K people ran by, we cheered for every single one of them. So that was my contribution this year. And I did see the drone show from my house. That was great. So thanks for sauerkraut days. I'll do better next year. And then just I've been going through the emails that are concerning the rezone, and I hope we can take those into consideration and think about them, which we will. So that's all.
Okay, great. This has been a busy, busy month, even though it's summer. We, as Janelle said, LPC has started up. The Utah League has a legislative policy committee, and I think it's going to be a busy one this year with the legislature and the things that they're going to bring to the table. They are having a special session. Is it today or tomorrow? I think it's today. And they're going to be talking about things that affect each and every one of us. And so if you have an opportunity to log on to the government page and look and see what actions they took, has to do with whether or not the legislature can change, what's the word, Scarlett, that I'm looking for?
Initiative.
Initiatives, right? And whether or not the legislature will have a chance to make changes to that when the people bring it forward. So it will be interesting to see what their vote is like. And we appreciate the league for helping us identify those kinds of issues that we all need to be paying attention to. We have a new company that's locating here in Providence, and I've been in meetings with them, trying to get them acclimated and get them understanding what services we have available for them. They're called Epiroc. They are a software company, and they make software that runs huge mining equipment. The tires are taller than people. The equipment is the size of a house, and they do this all over the world. And so all of the information and advertising that they're going to send out is going to have Providence, Utah on it, which I think is really cool. They are a spin-off from the Autonomous Solutions. It's out in Petersboro, if any of you are familiar with that. They are going to have they've got 40 employees now, and they're looking for more engineers and people to come to work for them. Most of the people work from home, except Tuesdays they have to be in the office. So you'll see a lot of cars. They're going to be in the building that was the Lincotech that's over here on Golf Course Road. So the next road up where the veterinary practice is. So anyway, they're a good corporate citizen that's going to be joining our city, and we're happy to have them. A lot of things going on with the chamber and with the conservation fund. I'm chair of the state conservation board for the Lee Ray McAllister money. So been to lots of meetings this summer, but they're good things, and it helps us to understand what's going on in the community and in the state, and for the state to know who we are. So I try to attend those meetings in person. We've also had meetings with what is it? Gosh, I am not. Okay, so we have a motion. We have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a second. Any discussion? Any changes? It's really great using AI. It does a really great job along with Ty. We need Ty in order to make sure that it's putting all the things in there that it needs to. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. The next item is public comment. So if you have a comment for anything that is not on the agenda, you can come to the microphone, state your name, and tell us what issue you have. It's not something that's a discussion item for us, but if you have an issue and would like to bring it up with the council, that now would be the time. Okay, so Steve, did you want to come?
We've got a situation that has come to members of the city and everything, and it's not being taken care of. Ryan, I talked to him about this situation, and it's at 451 East on 9th South. The people on the corner put in a swimming pool for their dogs and with no place to drain it. So they installed a drain out to the ditch, but with it going on the rise, it couldn't drain over into there. We had 3 of the city employees and the sheriff come up and look at it. 3 of the city employees said that it was totally illegal, that you cannot drain water into the ditch or onto the street. And but we had the their boss come and say that he couldn't see any problem with it. So we've got a question. What is the situation on that? It has killed all the trees in front of their house. It's my son-in-law and daughter's place. And it continues to run. And what it does is it comes out to the gutter. Then they took and cut the pipe to where it runs down off of their property and onto these guys' property. And it's running in underneath the driveway, which is starting the driveway to slough off, and also out onto the road. So we'd like to have something done. Ryan, I talked with Ryan, and he's willing to look at it, but we wanted to bring it to the city council, hoping that we get the right people to do the looking into it. This has been going on all summer. It drains every day. And so we'd appreciate it if somebody could help us out. Okay?
Great.
I've got also to David, the cleaning of the city. I volunteer every day for the Forest Service and the DNR at Prov Canyon. I clean the canyon.
Wow.
We need help. I need help patrolling that. I've hauled out 6 big screen TVs that has been shot, the refrigerator, and several computers. And every day I haul out 2 big bags of garbage. Is there any way that something can be done up there? And they are shooting to the south now where the trees were planted. And they've got targets over there against the water holding pen there. Isn't that right? Yeah. They've got targets. I keep taking them down, but they're put up every day. So if we can get some help on that. And also, I'm sorry, but our city collection boys, you can go up any street. The cans are all knocked over. They are in too big of a hurry. Today I got home and my can's destroyed. And it looks like he put the arm down on it. It broke the handle, the whole lid. And I tried to get a hold of Tara, but I couldn't get. But I need a new can, and there's 2 other people that also. So can we talk to him about the situation?
Yes, we're working on it. You know that we're just new in this business.
Yeah.
So we've got drivers that are training, and
Okay.
we're trying to be patient. But when we run into those kind of things, we always make sure that we let them know
Okay.
so that it can be remedied.
Okay.
So
Now back to this water problem. The people that live there are, well, I don't know, what would you say? They've continued to ignore it, and they've done several things to go against the kids and that. And so something really needs to be done on this situation. So I'd like to have Rob tell me why it is not important to worry about that.
I think what we'll do is take this offline. We can't do that. But
Okay, I'm
if you
sorry.
want to have a conversation
Yeah.
with Rob,
Okay,
I'm sure he'd be glad to talk with you.
Okay,
but
sounds
we don't
good.
take care of that thing here.
all right. Appreciate your time. I hope we can get something done.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have anyone else that would like to speak on something that is not on the agenda? Great. Okay. These items that I have are for the agenda items, so we won't read those in public right now. So we'll go ahead and close that portion of the meeting. We have a presentation today by Catherine Buse, who is our county council representative. Is that how I say it? And she really has done a great job. She is also willing to come to our meetings and let us know what the county is doing. The county council meetings they're twice a month. They're the first Tuesdays, second and fourth Tuesdays. And you can watch those on YouTube. If you go to the county council, you can you can pull that up and watch it live, or you can watch it after the fact. So anyway, Catherine said she would like to come and report some of the things that the county is doing that impact us.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Council. Thank you for letting me join your meeting tonight. So part of the reason that I'm here today is that at the beginning of the year, as council members, we set goals. And one of the goals that I had was I wanted to be more engaged with each of the municipalities that I represented. And I wanted to come and speak with you and make sure that we had a good dialogue between us to see what I could do to help advocate for you on the council, as well as tell you what we were doing that was going to impact all of us as particularly in my district, but as well as the county. So I'm here today to be good on my goal and to make sure I can accomplish my goal, as well as to keep us all informed. So here I am today is with some of the initiatives that we've taken on so far this year, and we'll talk a few things about that, and I welcome your questions at the end here. So sorry, I disregard the date, but we'll go ahead and move forward again on this. So one of the things that we've been working on is the Elkhorn Ranch open space. So as you'll remember last year, 2 years ago, there was a ballot initiative that we had here in the county to set aside some funds for an open space. So there's a $20 million bond opportunity that the county has voted to approve for open space. And we've had some applications come through, and this is the application that has gone the farthest in the process. So this is the Elkhorn Ranch, which is bordering all here in my district, which I represent, and bordering Providence. So I'm here, as we know, as the Furman property, and they've come and come through for their second approval of the council, and they have 115 acres that has come through for open space bond funds to be used to match additional funding to secure an open space conservation easement. So this has had considerable public interest in this, as you know, we haven't been able to secure all of our requests with this, but we have. It has been approved by the council for $1.25 million to go with additional funding outside of the county to set aside the land that is outlined in red. And I'm sorry that you probably can't see very well; it's quite small. But the other land is in an existing easement, and the green is already in an existing easement. And so the land that's outlined in red is the part of the 115 acres that is in this conservation easement. So that was approved by the county for that part of that $20 million bond.
Catherine, let me just let people know that when people conserve their property, the conservation fund buys the development rights. It doesn't buy the property from them. It buys the development rights. So that can never be developed into anything because the county has purchased the development rights. It's not a land purchase. So
thank you, Mayor. Thank you for clarifying that. So the county, along with they've gone for federal funding, as well as hopefully attaining some additional state funds to secure that, and then the actual development rights will be owned by Bear River Land Development. So, yeah, the
Janelle had a
landowner
question for you on that.
will keep the land, and then the development rights will be owned by the Bear River Land Conservancy District.
Right.
Yeah.
I had a couple of questions. One, can those development rights be purchased, like bought out by a developer? And two, since this is being conserved with public funds, is there gonna be public access, like a trail along the river or some access to this green space? Because I think that, at least to me, is why people vote to conserve green space, so they can also enjoy the green space.
Yeah, so as far as purchasing the development rights, again, they are owned by Bear River Land Conservancy. So the whole purpose of that organization is to hold and keep those. I don't see them being able to purchase them back. That is the whole purpose of that organization, is to own the development rights. So if it were another organization that you can buy development rights on any land, but I don't see it being that, since that organization exists to
It's a government entity, you think it's not?
well, it's quasi-government. It's not government, but it is kind of government. I just don't see that it would sell the development rights, right? Its whole existence is to own development rights on farmland, right? Its entire existence is for that. So I don't see that it would. And you can write deed restrictions that would not allow it to happen, which is our attorneys will review it, and our whole intent is to keep it as open space. So I'm sure we will make sure that those deed restrictions will not allow those development rights to be sold for the purpose of development, right? So, and then as far as trails, we didn't get everything we wanted on this. We hopefully there is no current deed restriction on any type of trail. So it's not to say it can't happen in the future. And that's what I'm hoping that we can coax out of this. As of right now, we're saying that the public good is that 25,000 cars. That's the UDOT traffic count on that is 25,000 cars. I'm not in both directions, so that's including both directions pass by there. And we're saying that the viewscape is the public use of that right now. I mean, it is beautiful. We all do drive by it, and so that's, I think that's justifiable, and that's what we're saying is the public use of that as of right now. But there is no deed restriction that it will not potentially have some trail in the future.
How much frontage is actually on 165? Is that whole side? Is that whole east side frontage?
So if you look where the that space right there that shows like it's trees, that's a different landowner. So that is not, and then it goes up Highway 165, right there. So that landowner is a Judge. I don't know if you've known him, but it's Judge Furrow. But go ahead, Mr. Speth.
What happens to the land in perpetuity after the owner passes?
So it will go. The land is still owned by, however, the trust or however he set it up. It's privately owned land.
So if he sells it, it has to stay what?
It has
zoning
deed
is?
restrictions so that there will be. It's only used for ag purposes.
Okay,
So if it passes to his kids, they will not be able to develop it.
right. But, or somebody else who buys that property.
Yeah. So the land itself can be sold. Yeah.
Okay,
It just has restrictions for no development.
okay.
Yes.
If you preserve or conserve 115 acres of developable property, what does that do to other development? Is that it's high density housing a result of that? Is higher property tax a result of that? What are the pluses? But we see the pluses, but what, to give fair representation for conservation, what are the negatives and how do we offset that? And I think the trails was a good question, but how else do we do that?
Yeah, I mean, you could say that is land that's taken away that could be developed. As far as this land goes, this land has really high water table developing there. I mean, it can be mitigated, right? We do know that this development there would be really complicated with the artesian wells and the amount of water, groundwater that is there. It comes, we as a county decided that we wanted to preserve open space, so we voted to have a fund for that. So it will have an impact someplace else, that there will be density in another place.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Next slide. Okay, and this is news that I hope that you have heard of, the Cache Fire District Board. So I serve on this board, and I'm a member of this board. We are currently, it's kind of been a hairy process. Back in the '60s, there was a fire board that was drafted in Cache County, and it consisted of the entire county minus Logan, and we never really did anything with it. It was formed, and then it was kind of abandoned. And so how we have how we have our fire board now is it exists, but it's paid for out of our general fund, and which is actually illegal, right? And Logan has let us deal with that until now, and I think Logan has been quite generous with us because they are paying for a function that they do not participate in. So our attorneys are helping us, and we are trying to form this board to exclude Logan, so they will not be a member of this board, and then we will be the entire fire board outside of Logan. And so Providence, I know that you contract with Logan to get your fire services, but you will be a part of this district, and you are currently a part of the fire district. And so we are currently deciding how the makeup of the board. So we have the county executive, and then we will have 3 members of the north and 3 members of the south, with no more than 3 members of the Cache County Council. So we're just trying to include, it's going to be elected officials because this is a taxing entity. We want to make sure that we can include mayors and members of the county council as our governing board of this. And we're very early in this. And so right now, we're probably still going to fund this with the general fund from the county. And next year, we will have this more organized so that it can be its own funding body, and so that will have a lot to come. But right now we're in the process of drafting an RFP for Zion's Public Finance to look at this, to see what all the municipalities currently are paying for their fire protection, and so to see how we would have to change the funding structure for everything between all the municipalities and the county to set up the fire board.
So what is this board, what is the board going to do?
So we're going to work with we do have a few different fire districts. So we have, Smithfield, we have Mendon, Hiram, Wellsville. Chief Hammer, I don't know if you know Chief Hammer. He is the Cache County, fire chief that we have, and he is, they will be the fire board for the county.
So the controlling entity for all the fire districts that are in the county?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So like I said, we're very early in this process, but it is a really lengthy process and quite a legally detailed process. But we're working on it, and we're making headway, and we just want to make sure that we do this right. And that's why we're trying to get as many elected officials from the affected areas in this as possible. So we're going to be including some mayors in this as well.
Okay, Janelle, did you have a question?
I have lots of questions.
Too.
Well, a couple of things I serve on the Cache County Library Board, and I feel like this is a similar problem that we face there, where we don't really operate as a county as a whole. It's like everyone in Logan.
Yeah.
So I take issue with that particular point of view personally, but are you going to be trying with the fire district to be managing all the different fire departments within the county that are not Logan? And Logan is an exclusion because they just built an $8 million fire department, or
They are county residents.
that we actually contributed into that building? I mean, I've been to fire department things and open houses for the last 4 months and events. So I'm just not really sure how that connects to Providence and what we already pay for fire, and and how that's going to change for us.
Yeah, and your case is a little different than everybody else's because besides maybe North Logan I think does
They're part
contract.
of Logan now.
Yeah, they contract through Logan.
They
and so-
actually, Logan City has that fire department now. The North Logan Fire Department is part of Logan. If I'm not mistaken, did Brian leave?
That's correct.
Yeah.
We're staffing their station. So we occupy it.
So
They own the building and you provide the staff,
But there's College
which is
Ward.
sort of like what we do with the library. We own the building, the county provides the staff. It just feels so complicated and muddy.
yeah,
I just feel like something should be done to work on the relationship with Logan, operating as a member of the county,
and
an exclusion.
Logan
all the
hasn't done
time.
that very well in our history. If we looked at that, we're drawing on bylaw. Like this was created in the 1960s. We're drawing on
Right.
something that we have such little information on.
What do you feel like the end goal is? Is it?
The end goal is to have
continue
something
in
that
these
works-
segregated sections of the county?
Well, I think the end goal is to have something that works better than Sims. We really want it to work better than Sims. So
So is it for wildfire or is it for actual
for
like,
all fire, yeah,
fire?
fire
And
and
it's a
emergency
tax-
and emergency services. We will be having emergency services in that too.
And it's a taxing entity.
It's a taxing entity.
Okay, so yeah, that.
And it's a tricky thing. It goes back to, you have the county as a whole with Logan in the center, and here we are trying to provide services for all of the outlying areas. And Logan,
So would that be on our county taxes?
it would be its own entity that has the right to levy a tax, yes. Much like the mosquito abatement district, the water district.
But that's a line item on your county,
That's exactly what it is. It's a line item on your county tax.
so they
On your
collect
tax.
it and then they distribute.
So.
Yeah, right now it's treated like a department within the county. But Logan could say they're getting taxed twice.
Well, we could say we're getting taxed
You
twice.
could say they're getting taxed
Because
twice.
we pay
Because you pay
Logan.
Logan.
And we also would pay the county. So if we were included in it, not being in Logan, would you take over our payment to Logan so that we could have fire services through Logan like we have had?
We're so early in the process that maybe, I don't know. I feel like I can't answer that question yet.
Okay.
We're so early that we're really just trying to assess all of the assets that we have and everything that everybody is paying so we can see what kind of a budget that we really even. We're trying to do everything with science, public finance to see the assets that the fire district has and what everybody is currently paying to see what kind of budget we have and what would need to be assessed in addition to what people are paying, or if they're already paying it and it would just need to be, instead of what they're paying, it would just be paying to the fire board, the fire district, excuse me.
So as a city, if we want to give feedback, how are we going to do that?
We'll wait till we actually have our board formed.
Okay.
Yeah, we will be soliciting a lot of feedback from the different elected officials from the municipalities.
Any projections? 2 months from now, 6 months from now?
Before the end of the year, for sure.
All right.
Thank you.
You didn't know this was going to be so
It's
lively,
okay.
did you?
No, you need to know these things are
That's
coming.
right. We
You need to
do
know
need to
these things
know.
are coming, and that's why I'm here. Okay, so this is the RAPS tax. This is I'm a member of the RAPS decisioning board, so that's one of the fun things that I get to do. And if you didn't follow everything with the feasibility study for the indoor rec space, it was kind of hard to get that funding, but we're in the process of now they've the technical committee is what we call it, kind of drafted the RFP to get the study done for an indoor facility to get to get a bid. So
So it was like 200,000 that RAPS gave.
Yeah.
for that
Well, no.
study?
No, the RAPS, the committee set aside 200,000, and then ultimately the county council said, we'll give you 70 and we'll see how much it actually costs to get it done. So that's where we are on that. That's still, we're waiting to see how much the feasibility study will actually cost.
Is that a countywide rec center, or is that Nibley specific?
That's a countywide rec center. So that's for, and I think potentially looking into like 2 rec centers, one in the north and one in the south. So the feasibility study is not quite out for bid yet, but we're almost there. And if I could just give you some tips on that to get your proposals more consideration, there was a lot of pushback for any feasibility studies. So shovel-ready proposals are going to be the most likely to be approved. And anything that involves sidewalks, even were less likely to be approved. The committee thought that those were best handled by the municipalities. So parks, anything to build out a park or to build out playground equipment or anything like that had a higher chance of getting approved than any sidewalks or trails or things like that. And feasibility studies, they just tapped a lot into feasibility studies this last year, and I think that they too many. So that was really hard to get those funded. Even though I think that we can understand the need for those, I think the committee saw that that was an expense that they'd rather the cities put their funds towards, and then they come with shovel-ready proposals for RAPS funding.
Well, Providence got RAPS money.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, we did. You had very good proposals. They were written very well, and I know this sounds really simplistic, but a well-written proposal with pictures and good detail like that is seen more favorable. So it is simplistic, but it's true. So that's what I would give you as a suggestion, if I could give you a suggestion as a member of the committee.
Well, Ryan is our grant writer, and he does an awesome job.
Well done. So I don't think I have it. I think there may be one more slide. This is just general county news that I have. We separated the role of the county auditor and the county clerk, so now we will have a county auditor, and the presumptive individual is Matt Funk, and he will be starting on January 1st, 2025. The budget process is underway. We've given ourselves a deadline of mid-September for setting our tax rate. I can't speak for certain, but it looks like we will be holding our last year's tax rate potentially, but from the expenses that we've seen are looking at our revenues, we will potentially be holding our tax rate because we're waiting on our benefit statements, and that has increased significantly, and the budgets from our staff. So do you have any additional questions for me?
The tax rate stayed the same, but the property valuations have really skyrocketed.
Yeah.
It's just gone out of sight.
They have, and I would encourage you to reach out to Brett Robertson, our assessor. He does a really good job explaining how their software and their approach has changed as the county because they've been undervaluating the land, and so it's been mostly on the value of the building, and now they've gone in and they've adjusted it so that the land value has come up. It's it's kind of a complicated process, but he is very willing to come to any meetings and to talk to you to explain that. But yeah, I'm sure our Board of Equalization meetings will have a lot of appeals because I'm hearing the same thing from lots of residents.
Yeah, we just got our notices, the practice notice.
Yeah.
The what?
The one that
The
says,
practice notice that you get, the courtesy notices.
Yeah.
This is what it's going to be.
the one that says, make sure that your escrow account has some cushion to it.
Yeah.
Like 20%.
Yeah. So anyway, I thank you for letting me
Thank you for
come
your
and
work.
talk to you. If there's anything that, please reach out to me if there's anything that I can help you with as far as the county goes. I welcome any questions or feedback or anything that I can do for you. And I really do enjoy working with each of you and interacting with you.
Thank you
So,
very much
thank
for
you.
coming.
Thanks.
Shoot, too.
She was in our parade for the Sauerkraut Days. I don't know if you were able to come back on Saturday, but we had a great time. Thank you, Catherine. We look forward to further reports. The next item is Sauerkraut Days report. We have Nicole Bone and Ashley Poole here. I think you can join us in saying, wow, job well done. It was a wonderful opportunity. So we'll give them a hand now and we'll give them a hand. So
Friends our whole lives, so it's so good to
I
see her.
have to, I did ask them to give us a report on some specific numbers and how we did comparing this year to last year. We all know that it's better this year than it was last year, which is the goal. And so I'll let you do your report. Thank you.
So we were asked to come to City Council tonight to share highlights and things that and numbers from Sauerkraut Days. I'm happy to report that it was successful. And we don't stand here as Nicole and Ashley, but our whole entire committee, our volunteers, our sponsors. It was awesome. We had a lot of support. We really appreciated the mayor and Carrie and Janelle that were there the whole time, every single event. We really appreciate that. Thank you so much. And really, I think the entire celebration was just all about the people of Providence, not just, you have these little groups or people are always going to have their own opinions about things. But those 2 days were all about the people of Providence and celebrating our beautiful town. So it was wonderful. We also really appreciate the city of Providence, the awesome employees. Is it? Oh, the city employees, the city manager, everyone was this year was wonderful. It was great. We had lots of support that way. Do you want to talk about Find the Can? How awesome that, or do you want me to keep going?
You can go.
Okay. Find the Can, that was started day one. We had decided to do that 3 years ago. And I mean, I knew it would be a success, but gosh, it's been quite the...
It has a lot of traction. Something we did this year that was different than years past is we had normally the clues go out at 9 a.m., but this year we had 2 evening clues, and there was a lot of people we hit a lot of people who can't normally go in the morning. And so we're going to look at that next year, maybe doing 3 evening and 2 morning, or staggering them a little bit. And I did get knocks on my door 2 times during the week asking me if the can had been found and what it was, because they were like, I've been everywhere. Where is it? Where is it? Tell us. And one of the gentlemen who was at my door was with his child and then 3 neighbor kids. And so I told him, you're doing exactly what we want you to be doing. You're out, you're with your kids, you're with their friends and enjoying our community. And that's actually the goal of Find the Can. And we really honestly had no idea the amount of interest that would bring for people. And Nicole and I were at the park on Thursday night, and that was one of our evening clues. And actually we caught a couple of the mature gentlemen doing batting practice, warming up for the baseball game. And there was probably 10 families walking around the park thinking, they were there at 6 o'clock thinking, well, they're thinking that there's a possibility the can would be hidden there. And so they were just kind of circling and waiting for the clue to be posted. And so we knew where it was, but we weren't telling them.
Yeah.
But it just kind of made us chuckle that all these families were out there together doing that.
Yeah. And I think that was one
That's
of
the
our
goal.
Absolutely. And I think that's the biggest success that we can take from our city celebration now, is it's not just for one certain family or one certain demographic. It's for everyone, feels like they are included and involved, and loved, and that's what it's all about.
Well, it was really nice as I walked around and talked to people and thanked them for coming and participating. There were people who were saying, you know, I've had a chance to talk to this person that we used to live by, and now they've come to this, and otherwise they wouldn't have seen them. You know, I mean, that's why we do this, is that we want neighbors talking to neighbors and having fun together.
And we heard that lots from several people saying, oh my gosh, this is so good to see people that I don't see for years. Yeah, and people really gather. A lot of it's for the crowd, but that's a big thing. But a lot of people, it truly was a wonderful feeling.
Great.
So we, as you may or may not have noticed, we kind of condensed the events into a day and a half rather than spreading out the pickleball tournament and the history tour, the historical tour. We condensed it, and actually I feel like the schedule was really well received this year, and we had a lot of participation. I think something that we've started with the evening parade, I mean, we didn't start that, but having the schedule set up that the evening parade, and then everybody, I'm kind of at the Nicole is at the front end of the parade and I'm at the back end of the parade, and just the funnel of people that are coming into the park, it like truly brings tears to my eyes, because it's like such an amazing sight to see this many people coming together and enjoying each other's company and their city. And what Nicole and I always talk about is that we do this with your help from the city, is this great gift for our residents. And I love that we can provide this event for families with actually zero cost to them. All of these events that are in the park, the art table, the movie in the park, the petting zoo, the trampoline show, everything
The kids'
is
games.
the lawn games are at zero cost to families, so they just get to come and enjoy. And that's something that I love the most about it. And those, just seeing all those people come into the park is such a, like, it's just so cool to see.
One thing that we decided this year to do, the historic committee, the historic preservation committee, we asked them.
Council, right? Aren't you? Commission.
Commission. We'll get this right, George. But one thing we decided to do was to do Citizens of the Year, or a Citizen of the Year. And this year we decided to do 2 Citizens of the Year, the 2 oldest, not necessarily oldest, but longest living Providence City residents. And what a joy it was. Like, Ashley and I got this picture last week, and I printed it off because it was like, this is why we, you know, sometimes it's a lot of work to put something like this on, and for everyone. But this is why, this is like, we got this picture last week. This is Ike Christensen. And we got a text from Nicolene Nelson. She's on the parade committee. And she went and visited with this guy and wanted and invited him, or asked him to be in the parade. And he was teary-eyed and said, "Me? Really? Me?" And then he had to go show her in his backyard his sauerkraut that he was making in his crock. And it's just the cutest thing. And, you know, again, we got this, I think, Tuesday night, and it just reaffirmed in my heart, this is why we do what we do and volunteer our time to do that. It's for these kind of moments. So we are going to continue with that and doing a Citizen of the Year. And I think that's going to be a wonderful thing.
Can I give you just some feedback?
Sure.
Not to be negative, but was the other one
Ida,
Alta Burton?
Oh, excuse me, Alta Burton, yes.
Anyway, she came over to my backyard and she said, "I don't know what's going on. What should I wear?" And I probably shouldn't say all that publicly, but she felt like she was put in a truck behind a dark window where people couldn't see her and she couldn't see the people. So maybe if there's she was saying, I wish it were one of those open air cars, convertibles, just so that she could be seen a little bit better because she said I was in a truck behind a dark window and nobody could see me and I
Did
couldn't
you
see
attend
them.
the parade?
I didn't.
It was
I-
wonderful, and
I'm sure
I
you
got
could
to see her.
Did
I
everyone
did.
see her?
Yep.
Okay. That's just
And
the
I had a
feedback I
chance-
got from her. And
I had a chance to speak with her and told her.
so
thank
if everything
you
was
for-
fine, then
Yeah.
I mean,
whatever.
Yeah, she seemed to really love it.
So
Exactly.
maybe a wagon. I don't know.
Exactly.
Heritage, and that is something we did specify what cars we wanted from
Yeah.
Heritage. They just give us whatever,
That's
they
just the
gave, they actually
feedback
gave
I
us
got
the
from her.
cars that we asked for. But
Yeah.
that is something that we should consider.
Yeah, it is.
we
So-
need, I'll tell you, we needed Brent's convertible. He has a
Yeah.
Oh, no.
convertible Mustang.
Just sitting in the garage.
Well, now we know who to ask next year. Yeah.
Yes. Oh, but I really, I could see her and I thought they both just loved it. So another highlight was to see after the parade again, the crowd coming in. That night we decided to do a movie in the park, which Carrie Kirk did an incredible job of putting that together. Josh as well, Josh Kirk, he got this big screen, the sound was awesome, and we had over 150 people sitting there watching that movie. Next Meters, again, our top sponsor,
Our wonderful
next to the
sponsor.
city of Providence, donated cups, and we did
Free drinks.
free drinks.
And in years past, the youth council has done an event in conjunction with the Sauerkraut Days, and it's been a dance. And this year they changed to a movie, and I think it was really well received.
Yes.
On Friday night, we were competing with a home game for Ridgeline High School and a mini cheer clinic, which so we tried to provide an evening that was a little different and geared more towards younger families to give them some fun things to do that was not the football game. But then the cups, the free drinks were announced at the football game, and so people did come over after the football game to the movie in the park.
Yeah. Saturday morning was great. It was beautiful. The sun was shining. We had a lot of people just come and sign up for the fun run that morning. A couple of people, we actually had a lot of 10K runners that came back and loved the course. That
It's
thought,
very hilly. It is a very hilly, challenging course.
but they really liked
We-
it.
And they said it was good. They don't
Yeah.
want us to change it. So
And a lot of them,
So we're set for next year,
they're
right?
tough.
yeah, I
They're
think
tough.
so. I think our courses are great. Our 5K,
We did do
loved-
the fun run through the
Yes.
park path this year.
to highlight.
And what? It was great. Yeah.
Yeah.
Janelle,
I couldn't keep up
Janelle-
with Ashley, but it was great.
Yeah, her 12-year-old took first. out of everyone.
So, and I thought that was fun, and we had to have less patrol. Less?
Yeah.
But
Less of the sheriffs
yeah,
out there
we
stopping
were
traffic.
able to not have one. We had one less sheriff than we did last year, patrolling that. But I thought it was great on the path. It was fine.
Well, and it showed off, we wanted to show off our new walking path throughout the Zollinger Park, as well as we had a pickleball tournament. We have 4 courts and we used them all. We did just one general round of the pickleball tournament, and that went great.
Yeah.
Can I ask, what kind of support do you need to expand the pickleball tournament? Because I feel like I've heard interest, but the slots fill up pretty quick.
So last year we were looking for people to fill the spots because we did 2 nights. We did like a intermediate and a beginner pickleball tournament, and we were trying to find people to fill the spots. This year it did fill up, and we just did 1 recreational tournament. So we're limited by our court location. If we want to have 2 locations, then we could do that.
Like
But
a
right now we
beginning
just
set and an intermediate set.
so the way that their tournament is set up, they take 9 teams, and it's just kind of a round robin. So one team is always sitting out and gets a break. And so that's how she's done it and does a great job with it.
And we
super
would
fun.
just have to be we would have to be in 2 locations if we wanted to expand it, other than going 2 days like we've done in the past.
I loved the condensed schedule. I thought it was fantastic.
Yes.
Yeah, we-
Our
we-
families also appreciated the condensed schedule.
Yes.
Yes.
You know, another year, you might take the opportunity as part of the celebration to celebrate our new skate park.
Next
So-
year, we'll be able to do that.
We did, and Kathleen's son actually wants to have a skate deck made that has the can on it and do a skate competition with I guess people collect decks for skateboards. And so he thinks we need to make one. We're going to put Dane in charge of that project, though. He thinks that we need to make a deck and do a skate competition. But that is way out of our wheelhouse, at least for sure out of my wheelhouse. But
We'll have a whole new committee, but that would be awesome to have that part of next year's celebration.
Yes.
To do a competition or have someone come in and do a show.
Well,
show.
a couple of years ago, we wanted to fill that spot with something, and we put a tent over there. But
Yes,
we said, oh, we need a skate park over there. So
awesome.
If you're talking about a skateboard deck, you know, you might be thinking about utilizing some youth groups some youth that take wood shop in school. Because I've seen some really neat decks come out of school. The kids bring them on the bus to take them home. They've done a fantastic job on some of them.
And we could look at that. We also have a laser company that has done some work for us that can laser on things as well, and did a few items for us that we could look at that as well.
cool.
Yeah.
Great ideas.
So as far as numbers go, we also had a fitness class sponsored by Soul Fitness in the tennis courts at 7:30.
That was well attended,
It
actually.
was. It really was. And I would say 50-ish. I don't know, 40, 50. That's kind of a little high.
I was working. I was getting
She
ready for a
was-
run.
Yeah.
So
We definitely
a
want
very
to improve.
intense 1 mile run.
And I was just greeting people. But we definitely would love to work on the numbers for the fun run and for the 5K. We would love to increase that somehow and boost those numbers. So as far as the pancake breakfast, I think that was great. I would say 200-ish on the high end.
That's a number.
Carrie said 150 to 200
Okay.
is the number that she had.
That's something, again, we want zero interest in manning. So we have just found a group that wants to use it as a fundraiser, and we advertise for them, but we want zero part of flipping pancakes and doing that. So we've just always said, great, run with it. We will tell people it's happening, but we're not doing part of that.
And I think it works great like that.
Yeah.
I also felt like I thought it was really awesome that there were so many planning commission members that showed up to help with several of these events.
Oh, yes.
I know that Julie Martin, who just barely got on the planning commission, spent like 4 hours doing pancakes.
Yes,
so
she did.
was
Actually,
awesome.
we got to meet her. That was great.
Yeah.
And even though we had a little bit of a lull during the day, a few hours where there was not anything from the pickleball and all the morning items to the historic event, the historic tour
Commission.
commission, yeah, the tour, there still was always people at the park. It just never seemed, there was never a dull
Despite
moment.
the rain.
Despite
Yeah.
the rain. And that's the
That was
thing.
wild for a second.
It was, and it didn't deter. George, you should come up and share. Would you like to come up? George, I won't put him on the spot, but he can come up for a minute with us because this guy is pretty awesome. So we had an opportunity to do the historic tour again, and I think that is such an important part of our celebration. It's different. It's been different every year, even though some of this, it's the same, similar information. Every year we gain new knowledge and new people that come. And
Did we do 2 bus loads or 3?
we
3
did-
bus loads.
And yeah, and before that,
No, go ahead.
well, before that, we had an opportunity to have Darren Perry come and speak, which was so great. It was.
From the Shoshone tribe.
Yes, yes. And I know Janelle Seeley was there as well, and the feeling of this is why we do what we do. I don't know if who else has ever heard him, but that was just incredible. It was awesome. And the rain was coming at us and the wind, but to hear him, it just was beautiful.
And I have to say, George is new on the Historic Commission, and he stood up in front of the bus, even
Rookie
though.
of the year.
And
Rookie of the
he
year.
talked about the history, and next year he's going to have even more.
It'll be better
Your voice
next
is
year.
back. You got your voice back, maybe.
It was good. We learned some things that we need to do in the bus, but
Microphone in the bus.
yeah.
Yeah.
That will happen.
But we didn't have any
One way.
babies on the bus crying or anything, so we're good.
Yes, Ryan, we need to purchase a microphone. But anyway, anything else about the historic tour? What was the comments about that?
You know, I first of all, you know, I introduced myself as the new guy on the block. I've only lived in town 25 years. And, you know, I thought that would be funny, but really, in the end, I was probably one of the least experienced people in Providence on the bus. But people were kicking in suggestions, and people were adding color to the descriptions that I was making. I mean, firsthand experience, and I learned a lot on that. I mean, I learned a lot before, but just feeling like people really appreciated the opportunity to look at part of historic Providence. I really look forward to expanding this and, you know, including a little bit more information about houses, including a little bit more information about some of the funny stories in Providence. You know, Providence and her people has great stories about kids climbing the bell tower and ringing the bell at 3 o'clock in the morning, and those kinds of things add really amazing color to the gift of being able to go around our city and recognize the cities.
And people were adding to the stories too.
Adding, absolutely.
On the
Yeah.
bus, so
Yep.
that was fun.
Speaking of stories, I want to share what George discovered. I have only known of 2 books that existed. The maroon colored book and the blue, right?
Providence and her people.
There is a third. See, in this sweet Brent knows the history like no other. This guy found the 3rd book.
Seriously.
There is a 3rd book that we are now working on. I've always been told my whole life, and I've read both those books, that the 1st and 2nd was combined into that. And that is not the case. He found 2 copies and gave both of them
Online.
away. He didn't even keep one for himself. He gave one to West Bidders and one to Scarlett. And it's beautiful. Yeah. And we're going to try and take that somehow and get that printed. The first page, Darren Perry was thrilled to see that the artwork on there showcased a teepee with a pioneer hand cart, and it's just beautiful. So it's awesome.
And you know, there is technology that will allow us to copy the books without taking them apart. And so
We just have to go to Watkins has a machine that will do that.
Right.
So I need to borrow the book and take it over there, but.
But he found that online.
Read
So
it cover to cover, so she is now willing to.
I grew up with one of those. My oldest sister got it though.
and it's different information. It talks a lot about the 4-H, and I mean, flipping through it, it is different. So it'll be great to have that.
Great.
On to the. Yes, we're good. Thanks, George.
Thanks, George.
I mean, I think the rain was a little bit of a, oh my gosh, I hope people still come, but we just knew they would. And right around 5, the sun just.
People were walking into the park as soon as the sky.
Umbrellas,
cleared. Like
even.
they showed up as soon as the skies cleared. And this year we just did one dinner, and we did brats and hot dogs were available. And I actually don't think we lost any money on food this year.
Good.
That was good. Yes. And the food was so good this year. Did anybody? The food was so good this year.
I didn't hear one person
The food
complain
was
about not having turkey.
was really good, and I think going.
This was good. Yeah.
I think going forward, we'll probably stick with the food as we did it this on Saturday night. Just
That's
the
what
traditional
brought people
brat.
back initially, was to come to the dinner. And so we had, do you have a count on the dinner?
So we had told them, I think, how many people did we say? We said 400, but 400 hot dogs and brats. And we ended up with only 4 pans of food, that
2 of which were sauerkraut.
2 of which were sauerkraut, and then
Leftover?
and the city employees were happy to take that, and
It went up to the shop.
it went to the shop, and
That's okay.
Awesome.
and so it was. I mean, I feel like that's great to only be right there, and we.
The stack of plates we had, weren't there 250?
So I was handing out plates to try to get a count, but they would come and give me another package and put it on top. So I couldn't, I didn't know exactly how
The
many.
exact count. Well, we can work on that.
And then Megan finally gave us a name to our baseball game. Scarlett was trying to help us come up with a name last year. So she called it the Local Legends baseball game. And I think they ended up with 24 players. And it was hilarious to watch. It was so funny. I just was watching for just a second, and
Gift Boss said he hadn't thrown a ball for 27 years.
And we saw good old Jeff Thompson practicing Thursday night. It was at the park. It was awesome.
but I don't remember what team was up. But the third baseman just let a ball go right by him, and he was like, "You're good, dude. I'm not going for it." It was really entertaining to watch, and there was quite a few people that were watching the baseball game, and it was, and it just keeps getting bigger and bigger, and Shaler does a great job putting that
Does
together.
a fantastic job.
And and I think that was really fun to have. And then
And I also, one more thing about, I walked over there to also witness this awesome game. And again, what brought joy to me is seeing Mayor Alma Lenhart sitting there the whole time watching that ball game. And those people truly are coming out, young and old. And those people, that's why it's so important for us to preserve that heritage of sauerkraut days. And
with baseball.
And it's for sure with baseball, for sure with kraut, for sure with just getting the camaraderie of getting everybody together of all walks of life is worth every.
How much sauerkraut did we serve?
every can we had.
And more.
So he did about 850 pounds for the catering, and we gave some to Morty's on the first night to go on the burgers, and then the next night was for Iron Gate for the dinner. And then he sold, how many cans did it say? Every can. He made the largest batch he could make, and every can was sold. He started limiting it to 1 can, 1 jar per person on Saturday morning, because he sold 3/4 of it Friday night.
I think there were 180 of these available of the traditional Providence logo. And then he had several cases of the fancy, which the only difference is it has carrots and carrow seeds in it.
Caraway.
Caraway seeds.
And onions.
It's caraway.
Onions.
And red onion.
You know what? I don't think he put red onions in the fancy batch this time.
Well, we did when we canned it.
Oh, that might have been the spicy.
Spicy might have had the
Spicy
onions.
had serrano and jalapeno peppers in it.
Yeah, that was the spicy.
And
Yes.
so
spicy,
he
yeah.
started a list for the next batch, and he has 33 people on that ordering cases for his next batch.
And several that have emailed him within the last few days as well. I mean,
So we'll step up the numbers that
We'll
we'll
probably
have available.
triple,
Because
at least.
we don't want to turn people away.
And something that he was telling us about maybe going into the schools.
Oh, no, 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 no,
No?
no, no.
Okay, we won't do that.
He's looking at ways to be able to make more. Currently, that was the max amount he was able to make. So he's looking at ways he can make more. But at the end on Saturday, he said he didn't want to think about sauerkraut for at least a couple weeks. And we feel the same way.
And David Coons and also Brent Smith, thank you. You both donated your time and probably, I think, enjoyed going there to learn about making sauerkraut, right?
You know, I'm 80 years old. I learned something new, and I did my sauerkraut that way this year. I still got 120 pounds in buckets waiting to be curing right now because I learned something.
With that. 'Cause
What's that?
You got to be careful with how you say that because there's going to be people knocking on your door looking for some.
It's amazing. I put jalapenos in mine and serrano peppers because I thought that would be good for a hot dog.
Yeah.
But I put in, you do it in half batches, 20 pounds, then you mix the ingredients, then another 20 pounds, put that in the bucket. And I tasted my first batch with the serrano and jalapeno peppers. And even my brother-in-law, who loves stuff like this, whoa, that is hot. So we
It also
toned
ferments and gets even richer.
we turned it, toned it down a little bit, and so we'll see how it comes out. It'd be good on a hot dog, though.
And then with the drone show was our capstone event.
Wonderful.
And
She's not going to read this part, but she worked really hard with the drone show company and also Next Meters and worked on the music and like what was going to be done with that. So she did awesome.
there was a lot of people. I think this year, us posting the map of where it was the best places to view it from, and then also just being a little bit more organized and knowing more about a drone show. I think we had a lot more people, just the angle that it was viewed at and everything was just, I think it went off better. We had better sound. A very kind new resident just showed up and said, "Hey, I have some speakers. Can I help you guys?" And showed up to the park 4 times, loaded speakers out of his trunk of his car and just set them up for us out of just the kindness of his
Just to help
heart.
us, yeah.
Yeah.
And the sound did make it a lot better. We were using the Crow's Nest speakers last year. And anyway, so the sound was better. And my mother-in-law and father-in-law came to the event, and my mother-in-law sent me a text message at the end, and she just said, every single person had a smile on their face. It was so fun to see everybody smiling and enjoying the night together. And we did have a lot better viewing, and people just were better situated for the show this year. So
Good.
I think we might have to get like traffic control next year. It was awesome. It was probably eight times or more people
Oh,
than
yeah.
there was last year at the
Oh,
drone
for
show.
sure.
It was awesome.
Absolutely. In fact, I think the drone show especially, there were people that maybe didn't come for the baseball game or dinner that specifically came just to watch the drone show. And there were a lot of people there.
Yeah, it was wall-to-wall people
Yes.
in the field.
any questions? Did we answer all your questions?
I was just going to make a comment. Years ago, when we made sauerkraut, there was the second ward and the first ward. They had their dinners and made sauerkraut. I remember us making upward of 11 or 12 50-gallon drums and selling 1,100 of the small cans and about 700 of the larger cans at our dinner in the first ward area. Wow. And I think the south end did about the same thing. So you may have to have him step it up quite a bit.
Oh, and he knows.
And he did actually, he gave us the idea of asking for some, what can I call it? Sweat equity from our residents to come and cut the cabbage like we mentioned. And so he did cut the price of each jar down.
Yes.
For everybody. He sold it for 50 cents less a jar this year because
$1.50.
or $1.50 because of the people, the residents who came and volunteered their time to cut the cabbage, because that is the most time consuming part of the process. So,
And I believe that we will be doing that again.
Great.
Getting more people. And one thing we forgot, We started the Cabbage Patch Kids
Oh,
Market
yes,
this
yes,
year.
yes, yes, yes.
That was pretty exciting. We had over, I think there was 23 or 24 kids market vendors this year, and it was so cute.
It was really cute.
Those kids were selling a lot of stuff, and I think that was a really cute highlight. I think we'll do that every year.
I talked to each one of them and said, "Are you selling? Is this worth your time? Are you making enough money?" And they all said, "We love it."
Sophie did very well. Sophie sold really cute charm bracelets and did really well.
Yeah, I was impressed.
I was
with
just
great way to
surprised
get
by
them
the
involved.
variety of ideas that they came up with.
Yeah.
I thought there was going to be like a line of lemonade stands, but there really wasn't. I mean, there was like a ton of variety. I thought it was awesome how creative they were.
If you don't,
Jewelry, hair stuff,
yes,
purses.
There was science experiment kits and flowers and syrups.
Beautiful
and
flowers.
All kinds of stuff.
and if you
kinds
know
of stuff.
Shauna Flammer, her homemade cinnamon rolls were there, and they were great.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
it was fun.
Well,
I think overall it was a success.
Is that your pen? And I told,
Oh,
oh,
and that was a big thing too, that we honored Howard Christensen this year.
That's neat.
so,
Yeah, that's neat.
anyway.
So, thank you.
thank you.
Oh,
Just
thank-
a small gift from us.
Thank
We
Thank you.
appreciate the work that you did. Great report. Thank you.
Pretty darn awesome.
the star, the queen of sharing things and making them happen was Carrie. She's not here tonight, but she and her husband did the breakfast, the youth council, the parade, the bingo, and the movie night.
Wow.
And so she did a lot. So I'm here to tell the council that Nicole, you and Ashley need to hear this. All the council members are going to be willing to be chairs. And so we need to give them a list of things to choose so that they'll be chairs to help you out.
That would be great. We forgot to share about bingo.
Oh,
Who won?
everybody.
Lots of people.
I think, so we have 100 markers that we used, and every one of them was in use. So
Yeah.
there was a ton of people playing bingo, and how we do it, it's less work for us, but our vendors actually, the only thing they're asked to do to be part of our event is to give us a $25 item or a gift card, and that's what we use as our prizes. Many of them gave more than $25, and so Carrie had probably 50 prizes that she was giving out for bingo, and there was a lot of winners and a lot of people participating in that.
And our vendors love it because people go back to those booths and those, and say, I love this, thank you. And it's great. It's beneficial.
Yep. Great job. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So next year, bigger and better. And George's wife won the griddle that was donated by Blackstone. So it was pretty amazing. We'll go ahead and close that portion of the meeting and go to the next one, resolution and ordinances. Item number 4 is the rezone of parcels 02-103-0001 and 02-103-0002. The Providence City Council will review and discuss and may take action on an ordinance that rezones parcels 02-103-0001 and 02-103-002 located in the general area of 413 East, 300 North in Providence. He's asking for a rezone from agriculture to R-1-12. So, Scarlett, you want to bring us up to speed on this? And then Jody will give you an opportunity to speak.
So the staff report was included in the agenda packet, and the staff report reviews what we have to consider as we look whether we should change a zone or not. And we put all of that together so that when the city council and the planning commission, as they weigh in and make their decisions, they have documentation from our general plan, our master plans, our city code, Utah code, all of those that we look for. And we list the findings of fact, we list the objectives and strategies, and then we list conclusions. And the conclusions are very property specific. This one, Providence City has divided the city into zoning districts. Prior to making a recommendation on this request, the Planning Commission held, this says will hold, but they did hold their public hearing. The city's zoning districts include the AGR, which is what it currently is, and it includes the R112. R112 is residential, single family units on 12,000 minimum square foot lots. The general plan, vision and key initiatives are talked about in our report. The general plan map future rezoning of existing districts and annexed area anticipates these properties would be R112s. So several years ago, when they were looking at how they thought the city would develop, they thought this one should stay consistent with the way it is up there and be the minimum 12,000 square foot lots. The general plan suggests the preferred scenario for this area is residential. And then when we have several master plans we look at parks, open space, urban trail master plans, and it talks about parks in this area, which this area has a small private park, and it is within the 1 mile service area of one regional park, which is Von Bear Park. There are two neighborhood parks, Uptown Park and Brager, that are both within that mile, and Cataclarel and Jayswell are local parks, and they're both within that mile, but that's well outside a neighborhood and a local park area. So as far as parks, it's a little bit sparse in that particular area. And there are no proposed trails for that area. The master plan also shows 400 East extending north to Spring Creek Parkway, and 300 North extending as proposed minor collectors. And I'm sure you're going to get some comment on that, so I'm going to rush through this so that citizens will have time to give you their input. We also have a 40-year water right plan. We have a wastewater master plan. We have a stormwater master plan and a culinary water system master plan. And all of those plans we have done by technical engineers, specialists in the various fields, and they guide the city in how to have infrastructure so that we are hopefully just a little bit ahead of the growth on most of it. Some of it, though, we can't get too far ahead because that's not good to have certain pipes and stuff just sitting in the ground. But we do have a plan, and this area is included in all of those plans. The 40-year water right plan, as development comes in, they won't do it at the zoning stage, but they will do it at the recording of the final plat stage. They will either dedicate to the city a certain amount of acre feet that their development needs for their housing, or they will pay a fee in lieu that the city can then use to develop culinary water sources and go out and acquire water rights and water shares as they become available. On the wastewater and the culinary water system, the city has impact fees that we charge based on the capital projects that we want to do to keep our level of service up. And so as the new growth comes and those homes come in, They will pay impact fees at the time they acquire their zoning clearance, and that's how they participate. It's kind of a buy-in into the systems because we have overbuilt some of them in the anticipation of growth, and then we have projects that we know we need to do to keep up with the growth, and that's how they're funded, is through those impact fees. And then the stormwater master plan, we don't have a stormwater impact fee, but we do require the development to retain their stormwater. And so the developer himself will be putting stormwater pipes, creating stormwater retention or detention facilities, depending on the area that he's in. We also want to look at sensitive areas and make the council aware if there's anything that is noteworthy or needs to be concerned about. And this particular area is one of the few that really doesn't have any out of the normal sensitive areas. No open water, excuse me, no steep slopes, no fault line. So it is a good place to be able to build some type of homes. There's also listed in this report is a summary of the use chart, what's allowed in the R112 zone, and also a summary of the regulations chart, which explains minimum lot sizes, minimum lot widths, back setbacks, that type of thing. And then the only condition that we have on this particular report is that the applicant shall meet all applicable city, state, and federal laws, codes, rules. Approval by the city council of any application submitted or paperwork does not alleviate the owners and or their agents from their responsibility to understand and conform to state, local, and federal laws. Providence City's approval is not intended to and cannot be construed to allow any laws to be violated. The Planning Commission, as I mentioned, did hold a public hearing on it. The Planning Commission is the recommending body. They study it out, they make a recommendation, and as they explained during the Planning Commission meeting, but I will just reiterate that a zone change is an ordinance, and the only body that in Providence City that has the ability to change ordinances is the City Council. So while the Planning Commission is very important, they play a big role in land use. The City Council is responsible for the final decision. The Planning Commission was a split decision. After the Planning Commission, in a 3-2 vote, they recommended the City Council grant the rezone.
Okay. Jody?
I'm Jody Robbins. I'm the developer. We would like to have the zoning change, or the zoning change to the R112. These two parcels of land are completely surrounded by R112. We're trying to fit into what already is existing around there. The future plan of the general plan has that as some point in the future being R112. So we're asking for the zone that is completely surrounding the parcels, and like Scarlett mentioned, there's no sensitive areas on this land, so it's prime land to be developed if we're going to develop land. Do you guys have any questions for me?
Okay.
Don't you own the parcels that connect with 470 East?
I do own the parcels that connect with 470 East.
Are they still zoned as agriculture?
They are not. They're already zoned as R112.
Oh, they are.
Here's a map of the current zoning, and this is the parcel you're talking about.
The parcel you have your cursor over is the one that we're asking for the rezone. There's actually two parcels in there. Right. We also own the two parcels directly to the north of that. And as you can see, they're already R112.
I thought that I saw on the county parcel viewer, they're still listed as agricultural. So either they didn't update theirs or I misread it.
This is the county.
That is the county's.
There's a agricultural protection on it for the surrounding area, so they could, even though it was R112, they could still use it as agriculture. But it was, yeah.
Currently still under Greenbelt.
Oh, maybe that's what I
Maybe
was
that's really-
So if we didn't rezone it and say we left it in agriculture, well, how would you use the ground?
I don't know.
That's what I thought.
We would, we have the area to the north, we would develop that and then come back through with another application seeking rezone then.
Probably could, let's keep working at it till it got rezoned, right?
Yes.
Because
this
I that size of parcel, unless you were an agricultural entity and had equipment already, it was mostly used as pasture or grain land when the renter connects had it. And right now, a parcel that size can't sustain hardly even the taxes on it, and especially alone if you had to have somebody come in and farm it and plant it and harvest it, it wouldn't be profitable.
No, and even when it was actively farmed, it was
Just
not
pasture, wasn't it?
It was not super productive.
Yeah.
It wasn't really a pasture. They would have it cut, but
Grass hay.
Yeah, just hay and
Jade ran his cattle on it.
a little bit. I mean, I guess we could put a dairy or something there, but we don't want to do that. We like being good neighbors. What I mean by not super productive is he would usually stop irrigating it midway through the summer just because the irrigation system running into it couldn't keep up with the area of the land. So the amount of growth coming off of that wasn't a reliable three crops. So yeah. How many homes do you estimate, just an estimate, how many homes do you estimate fitting on this, in this 15 acres? Also just curious about, would there be any trails or park space in this? It's about 15, right, altogether? The parcels we're talking about are much less than the 15 acres.
No, I mean, everything you own is about 15 acres.
18.
18. So just an estimate of how many homes, is there room for trails or any park space? And then just another question about, do you feel any responsibility for updating the traffic that would be coming in and out of this new development?
I feel very responsible for that.
The roads, the narrow roads and safety.
I have two plans that we've drawn up, both meet the requirements of the R112 zone. The general plan has 400 East connecting over to Spring Creek Parkway. I'll actually probably be seeing you guys next month to discuss if it's possible to have that amended to not require 400 East to connect over into Spring Creek Parkway. We can go into that a little bit if you guys would like to, but we have a plan where the road doesn't connect but there's a trail connecting the cul-de-sac, so we can keep the traffic down and the traffic speeds down through there, so it's safer for kids, but we still have a connection for utilities to go between the two roads. We would do a 20-foot easement that connect the two cul-de-sacs, and we feel like that's the plan we would prefer. Right now the city requires us to, the general plan wants us to connect 400 East to 470 East. We've gotten a lot of feedback from the neighbors around that area that have had desire for those not to connect. So we felt like it was our responsibility to go through the process to see if we can make those roads not connect. If we're able to do that, there would be 14 additional houses coming down 400 East, which is a pretty narrow road with not very good sidewalk or pedestrian safety on either side of it. With the other 20 lots going out of 470 East, which has good sidewalk and good pedestrian safety. So we feel like that's a really good solution to keep people safe and kind of promote the goals of the general plan and the initiatives of the general plan to have a multimodal city, have a sense of place. We feel like we can provide a better subdivision with more community fill with a cul-de-sac plan. We're kind of off topic from the rezone, but to go back to your initial question, the entire development is, if we do a through road, will likely be 35 lots. If we do cul-de-sacs, it actually drops down to 34 lots. That's what we would prefer, is the 34 lots. If you'd like, I can go further on the benefits to the city and to the community in general, if we're able to go that route. There's also drawbacks to the city not having the connecting road with snow plows and such. We would be very clear with our residents that cul-de-sacs are the lowest priority on snow removal in the winter, and that's kind of the price you pay for living on a cul-de-sac. But did that answer your question?
Yeah. Thank you.
Any other?
We may have more questions as we discuss, so we'll get back to you. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Wait.
Well, I know, he didn't answer fully the question about trails and parks that you asked.
Just,
Okay, I'm sorry.
Well,
I'm sorry.
okay, thank you.
Our plan with the cul-de-sac has a small trail that connects the cul-de-sac that you would access from 400 East.
One cul-de-sac to the other, right? Any plan for the park, I guess?
At this point, we don't have plans for a park. If we're able to do the lesser number of lots, that's more green space in general split across the lots that are there, because we have one less lot and about 2,300 square feet less asphalt in general up there. So.
Scarlett.
I think it's important to remember that the discussion about the roads is going to go to a planning commission, public hearing, and it has not, the general plan, it was introduced as sort of a study item as part of this, but the actual debate and getting all the input and everything will go through a public hearing and then come back as a separate action.
So tonight, all we're dealing with is this going to go from agricultural to R112, which everything around it is, and our general plan says that's the zone that we will be making this into. How that's going to be laid out, how it's going to impact the roads is still to be discussed.
Mm-hmm.
So everyone can keep that in mind. Ryan, did you have anything you wanted to add?
I would just add to that keep in mind that the general plan is multifaceted, that you change one, it could affect another, the dominoes there. If you bring this in under one general plan, traditionally, whenever something is applied for, it fits the rules it came in under. So at that point, if you're going to rezone it, the expectation, if I were a neighbor, the expectation would be is if you fit it to the, you mentioned that it fits to the general plan. If you do so, then there are all kinds of dominoes to that general plan. So if it fits one thing but doesn't fit another, and you cherry pick what you like and what you don't, it becomes a problem for what it is designed. At this point, it's accurate. It does have a little corner there that is potentially, I think that's agriculture, and I don't know how close that touches. But he's accurate in having the R112 around it, he's accurate that that's what the general plan would have foreseen it to be. So anyway, and then the planning commission, it was fairly split. There was a lot of comment from the public, and it was split a 3-2 vote, whether to recommend it to you or not. So, but definitely an opportunity for development if that's what you want.
Okay. Thanks, Jody.
Thank you.
I will allow the public to comment. Keep in mind, we're talking about making this R112. We don't know the plan yet. We don't know how that impacts everything, but the development is asking for it to be changed to R112. I'll give you 3 minutes. If someone else has made the same point, please move on from that. So I will take volunteers who want to speak. So 3 minutes is what you'll get. Ty will.
The mic and give your name.
You have to come to the mic.
And your name.
And your name. Yeah.
My name is Scott Booth, and I just had a quick question maybe before comments. There were emails sent, and I was wondering if you would read those in.
Yes, we are going to read those.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay. So at this point, let's have Ty go ahead and read. I've sent you 3 since I've been sitting here.
Well, I always ask if the residents are here first. Is Debbie Martinell here? Would you like to read your comment? I'm just asking.
Well, I'm new at this. I don't know. Is that typically what happens?
You can read it or he can read it. It's up to you.
If you want to read it.
But I can't comment. I can only read.
No, you can.
Got
Those are they're your comments. So if you want to comment instead of reading it, you can do
I think
that.
everyone got the letter, if you didn't tell me.
No, we haven't.
We didn't get that one.
I sent it each one to you in an email specifically.
Yeah,
It's on your email. It
So
came
look
this
in your email.
afternoon.
I got that.
Okay, so basically, I would beg you to put this on proposal on hold or table it until we can get the structure on 400 East in place. For example, if you are traveling up 100 North, you can either turn right or turn left because it's a T intersection. At that T intersection, when you guys widened it last summer, there's a power pole. So every time I come to make a left-hand turn to get to my home, if I've got someone stopping at the stop sign, I pull forward and tell them to go so I can get around the pole to get down to my dead-end street. So I'm to 400
And you're on
East.
4th East?
I'm on 400 East, and it's a wonderful project. It just has got a lot of irrigation engineering problems that today when I drove by, the water, I know whose turn it is. The whole thing has not been engineered properly to take care of the irrigation water. Both sides of the ditches, the upper ditch, the lower ditch. I've lived in that house for 30 years. I have that all memorized, how it all works. I don't want to waste anybody's time. But also, as these new homes come in, I'm not saying that he should never develop. I'm saying let's get Providence City on, get things in place, sidewalks for school, like you're dealing on 100 East, right? You know, because these developers will come in and build like the Hammond subdivision, but then how do all those kids get past 100 East or 300 East? I remember when that sidewalk went in, that's right up against the road, and all the controversy with this neighbor doesn't want it on their side. Just follow the ordinance. It's not the good old boy system. Get it in place. You've got a fire hydrant that just was placed in that's no plows are going to run into before they hit my mailbox, which is good. You've got the Marlin Haas right away where they put all the extra dirt. Somebody kind of smoothed it over. Nobody can pull a trailer hitch up there because you just drop off, kind of like my driveway. Right?
Right.
So I would just beg you to table this until you can figure out how you're going to get from 300 North to Center Street. Right now you've got, if you make a right-hand turn and you're headed southbound, if you turn right to go 200 East past your home, right now there's only 5 homes that are turning that corner and hitting that grade in front of Don Jenkins. Yes, you've seen that mess. The city blames the irrigation company blames the city. I have 3 water lines underneath the road in front of my house. A really old one that I know that's there because I've lived there. And I remember when we built our home, it would freeze and freeze. So then they put in a new line and just covered that one up and capped it off. But when you go to widen that road, you're going to have that very old water line that goes to, that's plumbed, that's capped off. It doesn't no longer go to the Booth home. You've got my water line, and then you've got the newest water line. So in front of my home, you have 3 water lines. You've got a sewer line, and you've got an irrigation culvert that goes across to the fields where the irrigation ditch used to be that got cut off. You know the story. So please figure out who's going to pay for it and get it done right. And when you guys put in from Center Street to 200 North, I had at least 5 different people tell us, oh, we ran out of money. We're only going to go to 200 North. I had one person, a city employee, tell me, oh, we're not going to do anything in front of your house until after Barbara dies. Well, Barbara's died, Doug's died. Do you get what I'm saying? I think I made my point.
You tell me your address?
230 North. 400 East, right. First house on your right after the dead end. And if you want to ask me more questions about the history, I can give it to you. So I really would hate us to jump into something when we don't have the infrastructure in place. And the schools will say, city has to provide this safe way to school, because I taught school for 40 years. So you're liable there. Thank you for your time. Any questions?
Thank you.
Thanks, Debbie.
Okay, we've got booths that have signed up that they want to speak.
Do we have a Dave Hershey here?
No.
No, he's not.
What about Scott Booth?
No, he just got in town.
So Scott Booth and his wife, they're here. So you sent us letters. Is that what you want us to do, is read them? Or you want to summarize it?
It was provided to council beforehand.
So if he reads it, do we have any comment?
Yes. Okay, just if he says something, there's no reason to reiterate it, okay?
This first comment is from Dave Hershey. Dear City Council, I am the owner and manager of Bear Acres LLC. We own approximately 5 acres between 200 and 300 North on 400 East. We are concerned with the rezone primarily due to increased traffic on 400 East that this development will create. The road is narrow and in bad shape. We are not aware of any traffic study that has been done on this road or any indication that the applicant will be required to improve the road as part of its proposed development. At the very least, the city should require the developer to improve the road to accommodate the increased traffic flow and provide an alternate access to the north as required by the master plan. If the master plan has not been amended, this should be completed before the rezone can be considered. We have no present plans to change the zoning or develop our property in the foreseeable future, so the city should not expect us to provide any assistance or accommodation to the developers or the city in this regard. This is a comment from Scott Booth. Dear members of the Providence City Council, I'm writing to strongly oppose the proposed rezoning of parcels 02-1-103-001 and 02-103-002 As I've looked over the city general plan and the parcels under consideration for rezoning, I'm even more convinced that this rezoning would be a mistake. I have some excerpts from the province general plan and how rezoning would be contrary to that plan. Sense of place. Preserve the sense of place by identifying characteristics that define Providence as a unique place. This is the first priority on the general plan. Providence has long been a mix of agricultural land and small residential areas. The neighborhood of 400 East North of 200 North has been in tune with that vision since 1899. The rezoning of the mentioned parcels will redefine this neighborhood and encourage further development of the agricultural lands in Providence. Agricultural land ties us to history and nature. It's land that is being worked for the good of the community. It helps us feel at ease. The residents of Providence frequently take advantage of the beauty and serenity of watching the sunset beyond sprinklers, water, and green fields of long grass. Once the agricultural lands have been rezoned, we can never get them back. We can never get that legacy back. 2. Green infrastructure. Make decisions regarding stormwater and exterior water use guided by green infrastructure and low impact development best management practices. Our past residents never had to worry about being green because agriculture is inherently doing what is best for the earth. When we lose our agriculture, it becomes more difficult to be green. 3. Physical responsibility. Consider life cycle costs in mind when taking decisions for design standards, such as road width and new capital improvement projects. The cost of upgrading the road to modern standards, sidewalks, widening the road, burying the power lines, will be extremely expensive for the city. It cannot be ignored and will be a safety issue if rezoning happens. We can look at the cost of upgrading 400 East south of 100 North as an example, and it's still not fixed. 4. A multimodal city. Ensure that transportation and recreation facilities accommodate a variety of transportation modes, biking, walking, driving, to provide people multimodal transportation options as a lifestyle and recreation choice. There are many who use this section of 400 East as a recreation choice. Many residents take family walks or walk their little dogs down the center of the street and stop to take pictures of the sunset or family photos by the barn. For some, this is the only exercise that they do. I could go on, but it really comes down to the fact that this mixed-use area of 400 East is a treasure in Providence, and I'll be lost with the rezone of these parcels. Please join me in opposing this rezoning and preserve the identity of Providence. This comment is from Shannon Booth. Dear members of the Providence City Council, I am writing to strongly oppose the proposed rezoning of these parcels. My opposition stems from several critical concerns, the most urgent of which is the safety of both current and future residents who will be forced to navigate 400 East. It is deeply concerning that Providence City has no plans to improve 400 East before rezoning these parcels and allowing the construction of dozens of new homes on the north end. As it currently stands, 400 East between 200 North and 300 North is barely wide enough for 2 vehicles to pass safely. The absence of gutter, sidewalks, or road striping only compounds the danger, making it hazardous for both vehicles and pedestrians. While the current traffic flow of approximately 12 cars per day may not present significant safety issues, the situation will drastically change with the rezoning and subsequent development of these parcels. The surge in traffic that will accompany the new development will overwhelm this narrow road, putting both drivers and pedestrians at serious risk. The city's decision to consider rezoning without first addressing this necessary issue is short-sighted and potentially dangerous. This oversight not only jeopardizes the safety of the established residents, but also places the burden of inadequate infrastructure on future residents who will have no choice but to travel on this road. Providence City must prioritize the safety of its residents by ensuring that the entire length of 400 East is adequately equipped to handle the increased traffic before any more development is approved. This means widening the road and adding sidewalks, gutters, and appropriate road markings to manage the safe passage of both vehicular and pedestrian traffic. The safety of our community should be the city's utmost priority, and failing to address these infrastructure needs put lives at unnecessary risk. I urge you to oppose the proposed rezoning of these parcels because of the safety issues. The safety of our community should not be compromised for the sake of the development. I trust that the Providence City Council will take the responsible course of action and prioritize the well-being of its residents. Thank you for your attention to this critical issue.
Okay, we have about 3 other letters that I received and the council probably received.
I didn't get anything.
We've got some from Mimi Recker. Okay. Can you summarize your comments instead of the letter? Or we'll read your letter.
I'm fine with whichever.
Why don't you come up and talk to us?
Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
My name is Mimi Recker. I live at 280 North, 400 East. Did the rest of you receive this email?
Letter.
Okay, some did, some didn't. Yeah, it's kind of a clunky interface where you click, paste, so so it sounds like it worked for some, not for others.
Then
So
we
I
have
will.
another one from Richard Neal Larson, Richard Larson, Neil Richard Larson. I can never tell.
As a record, if you send it to providencecityutah@gmail.com, that's staff administered, and we can send it out to all instead of
Thank you.
having you send to one specific. We take that's one of the differences of tonight, is when you send it out to a centralized email address, we could forward all those on. That's what ties. That's kind of the difference. So if you'll send it centralized.
And see, I was in meetings all day, so
You can
I
distribute.
didn't see my emails until just before the meeting.
Yep, good to know. So, and it sounds like not all of you got it, so sorry about that. I'll summarize. But first, thank you all for serving on the council, and thank you, Mayor, for your service. We really appreciate it. I've lived here about 25 years, and like most of you have seen the incredible growth. And so I just really want to make sure we're very planful and intentional as we continue to move forward. And I know the city is, and you all are thinking about that. So in addressing the rezone of the parcels, I just want to urge you to oppose it. And my comments really align with what Booth has already said, so I'm going to go a lot quicker than what I wrote. That basically the transportation infrastructure isn't there. And I realize that we're just talking about a rezone of parcels, but it affects the surrounding infrastructure. And if we don't deal with that problem, we're just kicking the can down the road. And so I really urge you to look at the the road there. Consider how narrow it is. It's 20 feet wide. Consider how steep it is, and the difficulty of putting in curb, gutter, and sidewalk in a way that is safe for pedestrians, safe for the children who are walking to school, as we continue to develop this area of northeast of Providence with hundreds of homes in the last 5 years. I would also urge you to consider maybe additional egresses from that place. Maybe 400 East isn't the best and only egress. Maybe there's a way to go west down to 300 East as a potential other egress. And on some of the plans I've seen, that is a potential road option. So that is the summary of my comments. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, so Neil Richard Larson is another one that I received this afternoon. So,
That one is
Ty, do you want to read it, or do you want me to? I can read it.
Either way.
Okay, I can read it.
Okay.
It says Neil Larson, 280 North, 400 East. My email is to address the rezone of parcels, the two that we're talking about tonight on tonight's City Council agenda, and urge you to oppose it. As a 25-year resident, I've watched incredible growth in the northeast section of this great city, especially in the last 5 years. As developers have proposed and council has approved hundreds of new homes, bringing thousands new residents, I am struck by lack of new park infrastructure developed by the city. The findings of fact from city staff, the park's open space and urban trails plans show this area is within the 1 mile service area of one regional park, Von Bear Park, 2 neighborhood parks, Uptown and Brager, and 2 local parks, Cattle Corral and Jays Well. There are no proposed trails for this area. In fact, several of those parks are not within 1 mile of the parcels. Second, these are the same parks that are mentioned to support each new development despite the rapidly growing population. Also, with no proposed trails for the area, the proposal does not address Providence master plan asking for a well-connected trail and pathway network to enhance the recreational opportunities in Providence that ensure as many residents as possible have a trail or pathway within 0.25 miles of their residence. Please oppose the rezone until issues surrounding the lack of park/trails/pathways to accommodate new development and residents are addressed. Thank you for your consideration. And it seems like there was one other one. Are you seeing anything any different on there? Sure. Okay, I'm not seeing any others. Scarlett, do you have any on your? Okay. You have to come to the mic.
It's so that we can record and keep it on the record.
Understanding that
Your
Laura
name? Name.
I'm Shannon Booth.
Okay.
My understanding, my neighbor Laura Lindquist was here earlier, had to leave because of her child, did send an email, and that should have been recorded with you. I don't know if she sent it to you individually or to the city email. So my question is, where is that?
I am not seeing it on my email.
There is one that came in at 6:23 p.m.
From Laura Lindquist? Okay, so could that be read into the record?
I did not get it. Oh, wait a minute.
It went to a different email.
No, it did not come to me.
No, it did not go to you.
This is from Laura Lindquist. I urge the City Council to be deliberate and thoughtful in their planning concerning the rezoning of the parcel. Let me share a personal story. My son is an energetic and imaginative boy full of life. He can walk, bike, scooter, and rollerblade for hours and still have enough energy to playfully annoy his younger sister. He is not only active, but also a source of joy for our family with his striking red hair and boundless enthusiasm. However, our limited sidewalk options pose a serious safety concern. There is no safe route to Providence Elementary School for him to walk or scooter, and we are outside the bus route area, which leaves us with only walking as an option. One day, while he was on his scooter, a car sped down the road, narrowly missing him on a stretch where there were no sidewalks. The incident was terrifying for him, and it left both my husband and me deeply shaken for days. Unfortunately, this isn't an isolated incident, but a recurring issue due to unfinished roads, inadequate sidewalks, and poor planning. This safety concern was something I reflected on when completing the recent survey on Providence mental health. I urge the council to address these infrastructure shortcomings before a tragedy occurs. We need proactive measures to ensure the safety and well-being of our community.
Okay, thank you. Any more comments? Okay.
I really wasn't going to talk, but Allison Olson. But this, I've had a similar experience with what they're talking about, and I don't know how it all goes through, but I know when Visionary was put in that I begged that 300 East would be fixed, and it has never been done. So I don't know that I feel like it really does need to be addressed before everything goes through, because my road is terribly dangerous and there's kids on there all the time, and the road is the sidewalk and they go so fast down there. It's really is a dangerous road. We're in the process of selling, so I may not be there for very long, and so it might not have any effect with me, but and I know that Jody has done a great job with developing, and we've known that behind us would probably be developed sometime. And so I'm not against the developing, and the zoning is good, but I just don't know the process of making sure that the infrastructure of the roads to be affected really has to be addressed maybe before it's approved, because it apparently ours didn't get addressed. It didn't get addressed, and then it never got done. And so I think that really is a serious thing that needs to be. I don't know. I don't know the answer. So, but I just wanted to get that
Thank you.
opinion through.
Mr. Booth. State your name.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. My name is, and Council. My name is Scott Booth, and I live at 260 North, 400 East. Thank you for reading my letter. I just have a few more comments to kind of address some of the developers' comments. First, that it is technically completely surrounded, and like Ryan was saying, there's this little section that it could be connected to, but actually, as visually, you wouldn't really know that it wasn't connected. That whole, as you go across the neighborhood, it literally just looks like these two areas are connected. So I personally don't feel like that's going to be a decent argument. And with the development of that land, I was having a conversation with David Hershey, who owns that agricultural land, and he said that he approached them to actually farm that land. He grows grass hay, and he was interested, but can't compete with the prices that the developers offer. And so they were, of course, looking for more profit in that regard. I was also wondering if there had been an impact study, or if there could be an impact study before, or some sort of study that, I don't know if impact study is the right word, but a study that we could have of the traffic and the road and the impacts that it would have on the neighborhood before we make the decision. And just reiterating that you guys have the right to make this choice. There will certainly be losses as the road gets busy. We had a 4th of July party, and we invited people, and we didn't really expect anybody to come, but it turned out like a lot of people showed up, and we enjoyed the fireworks together. The kids were playing on the road in that area. We had a guy that I've never seen out of his house before, and he came. So I really feel like we're going to be missing some benefits to our community if this changes away from ag, which we're losing. And again, thank you for your time. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay, we'll close the information part of this. Do you have something else you want to say?
I just have a few clarification points.
We just need to discuss, but that's good. Go ahead.
A few clarification points just to help to understand what the planning is for that street. One, the power pole, it has been requested to be moved. It's been requested from Rocky Mountain, or from Rocky Mountain Power for.
So we're waiting for them. It's not on us.
And it's not on us. We've asked for them to move it. We've told them to move it. We've requested. No, they will just move poles. There's, if it's an improvement and burying poles, it's different. But we have asked for the pole to be moved. But
It is light as well as power.
yeah.
It's cable.
But at that point, moving it. So, secondly, the project never was planned to go farther than Second North, so it's not a budget issue. That's not actually the reason why it ended. the end of
You're
this.
talking about the improvements on Fourth South.
The
Or
400
Fourth
East.
East.
Correct. So at that point, it wasn't planned to go, that project was never planned to go past Second North, because at this point, it dead ends the street. And if it did proceed on, that would definitely have an effect. The other one, I think poor planning, there is plans, there is master plans, there is ways to discuss that. And generally we work from the largest traffic projects out. So keep that in mind. There is very detailed planning going on. Any of the residents that would like a sidewalk put in, we do have a sidewalk grant that we pay half of that. So if they're interested, get with us, and we'd love to help to be able to help them put in a sidewalk. And if it's not currently planned, we do participate at half cost into those. We'd love to see more sidewalks go in. So just at some of those items, there is avenues and things being worked on. But when it does come to a dead-end street, there is less of a focus on those than the more major streets like First South, Second West, Third South, some of those other larger runs that have had that. We do have the grant application on a major road, but this would be down the road of applying for some of those grants. So anyway, just to kind of give an idea, that doesn't necessarily affect what you rezone today. The rezone, if it's rezoned and he goes and develops, he would be required to develop the north side of 300 North. And the current plan would be required to have that connection all the way through to 470 East. 300 North is also planned to come over. And I think we've had some application or previously historical that it may come over to 300 East at 350 North. Another thing that was brought up is the intersection here at 300 East. That house has been contracted to be taken down now, and it is set for a roundabout at some point. We're looking at grant opportunities to improve the area. So as far as the area, as long as it stayed planned for a through street, then there would be dominoes to that improvements that have been addressed. If it doesn't go through, those plans will probably die with that application.
Okay. So there are ways to do things. And so you've heard an explanation from our city manager as to how we plan and work on our roads. So it's the time now for the council to discuss the agenda item and then for us to vote. So questions, comments? Yes, Rob, not to put you on the spot, can you weigh in about the public utilities?
It's probably a little premature on some of it. Like Ryan mentioned, it kind of depends on how things play out.
What the design
once the development
is.
comes in and sees what the developer has to offer as far as where he's going to go, and what improvements in that area he's willing to do. But when it comes right down to it, it is a narrow road, and it's on our radar that it's going to need some improvements. The water system, on the other hand, there's a 2-inch water line that runs down that road. It's a dead-end water line, but our water model is probably going to keep that a dead-end water main because of its pressure zone. It's its own little pressure zone area based off of many different reasons. So
it's very shallow. It's not very deep. Just so you know.
it's a 2-inch galvanized line, and I've never seen it leak yet.
No, because there's no water. It's plugged off. I'm just saying
I'm
that
just-
someday it will get dug up and you're gonna be surprised.
So when there's a water main improvement needed, like that 2-inch galvanized line does need upgraded because there's maybe inadequate fire protection on the far north end of that street. So it's likely going to need a larger water main just for fire protection. But as far as connectivity,
As far as extending it further, you're
extending it
not.
further into developments to the north, very unlikely and unneeded.
Okay, does that answer your question?
Can you speak about sewer? The difference, I mean, I guess this is sort of not connected to a rezone, it's connected to the other, but.
Yeah.
Those things would come into a preliminary plat application process, but
Yeah, as far as reviewing, making sure things all work out, don't have any initial doubts that we can make it work because we have adequate sized infrastructure, and being on a hillside like that, it runs downhill.
So let me ask you a question. Our line going out of town, that's the one I'm concerned about because that line is full.
That one is in Logan's Court. They are working on an RFP / some designs, and we've actually just rattled their chain recently, asking them where they're at with that.
So could we safely add another 34, 35 houses without having problems?
they're adding 120
Hotel rooms.
hotel to that line.
Who is?
Logan.
Okay, so that complicates the problem. That is more complication. Can we safely, where they're adding that to it, I just don't want to see us all of a sudden in a panic mode to lay a sewer line and have to take any bid that somebody will do. I'd like to make sure that we're pre-planning and we can put it out to bid in a reasonable environment so we're not having to take the highest bidder just to get the thing done. I just am concerned about that.
Yeah,
What percentage full are we?
I think the part that's, I guess, at the red zone, for lack of a better word, with the capacity issues between the highway and the golf course, those issues are fairly easy to remedy if we just keep that ball rolling. And it is in their court, and I believe it's rolling.
So my question is, if we rezone, it starts moving up here. If we hold on the rezone until we get the red zone ironed out by Logan City, and we know where we're at and where we stand, then is it a better time to go ahead with the rezone? I'm getting very concerned about that sewer line. I know how full it is. And so that's a concern to me.
And I think it'd be great to bring those concerns, reiterate them, and try to keep everybody's eyes on it that are related to the engineering of that problem. So Logan
But we
City's
as a
got-
council can do something if we don't rezone, because it slows down the process
As far
of filling that line and allows the city with Logan City to get it resolved.
As far as slowing down development and things like moratoriums and things like that, I would recommend that the engineers kind of give that guidance on whether or not we want to start slowing down development at this point in time based on the capacity issues and their knowledge and research into those issues down there.
Well, then I would like a study before I know what I'm going to rezone. I would like the results before I know what I'm going to rezone. And I'm not saying we put a moratorium on it. What I'm saying, I'd like to know what the study results are. You say Logan's working on it. Okay, so does that mean we got to put a new line in before we can do more? I don't know. I'd like to know what we're doing.
And we have a master plan of our collection that would take us through some of that. We have a impact fee that is working on collecting for that alternative. So we're not after the fact. At this point, the question is if the council wants to hold that rezone, that's certainly a choice. We do have a master plan. We do have planning, and we as staff are working diligently with Logan to address their issues. They've indicated it's a huge issue to them, only to go through, and it was frustrating for us for them to approve a fairly large hotel to go in to that line that is our line that we built and constructed, and then for them to put that in.
And they told us it was full.
They indicated it, and when we say full,
Then approved the hotel.
keep in mind that capacity is different than full. And we are talking peak capacity, that it reaches peak capacity. The staff is not going to defend or deny the choice of your application on engineering purposes. That's not our job, nor is it our spot to do. We will say that we have a master plan that has been engineered and done through that. We are working diligently with Logan to try to resolve that. You're aware that there is a line that the plan you approved showed that it was read in its capacity. It's a well one. That's the study is there. You're not going to get much more of a study than a plan to fix the problem. We know that there's a problem. We know there's an issue, and at that point, we know there is a restriction. That is a known item. There is no question that's there. How full and how much that varies. I mean, we look at the peak days on our sewer flow, and we know what those are. Logan knows what those are. They're clearly working on it, and as we are. Will it be solved within, I don't know how long the development will be here, or whether we put something in to pause the preliminary plat or the next steps, or if it doesn't rezone at all, then at that point, if it's not rezoned at all, it's a moot point for the staff, because we're still working on the other issues that it's there. We're trying to beat the lift station. That's one of our goals, is to beat the lift station and have a solution to it before the lift station kicks on that opens up the west side of the highway. I mean, at that point, that's our efforts to try to time-wise to beat that. And you know, Logan is familiar with that and working with us on that. So we're
how many units do we have approved that are not constructed? That'll go in that sewer line that could possibly go ahead of
500?
There's a large number.
So, you know, sorry, I grew up on a farm, and if you don't fix the fence, you don't keep putting cows in the pasture. You got to fix the problem. And my personal opinion is, I think right now that we find out and get the problem fixed, or at least a schedule to get the problem fixed before we keep putting cows in the pasture.
Sounds like we need to follow up again with Logan City, because
Scarlett has a
we've rattled
comment.
them, but we haven't gotten a good response.
Scarlett.
Be careful how I say this, because I really do. We have a good working relationship with Logan. But Logan would like nothing better than to grow. And if they can stop us from growing, or if they can say, oh, you can't service that property anymore, then that puts them in a position to be able to take some of the property through a court action, which they've already done once before several years ago. I just would be very, very cautious about putting stuff on hold because Logan's not moving fast enough. That may play into their hand a little bit.
Also, we're talking about things that we have no plan for. All Jody is asking for is for us to approve it to be rezoned from agriculture to R112. We don't have a plan. We don't know how many homes.
From Jody's plan.
From Jody.
Not our plan, but Jody's plan.
Yeah, right. So we don't have all that information. So we're supposing, we don't know what the timeline is. And when the time comes and those plans come to us, then we'll deal with these other issues. And if it's not possible for him to start building when he's proposing, the staff will do their homework and make sure that we're following all the rules, right?
If we have adopted an ordinance to rezone that property, What other option does the council have to slow it down?
Well, the minute there's no capacity for sewer, a building permit's not approved.
That's right.
But
I mean, it's not the council. You're right. At this point, Brent, I want you to be totally honest with you. This is the council's opportunity to slow it down. So to be honest, this is the point at which the council's opportunity to slow it down. I don't want that to be dissuaded at all, because the next step will go to the planning commission to have it slow it down, and the planning commission could slow down the preliminary plat or the final plat. Those will become into the planning commission's phase, and then beyond there, it's the staff and it is the building permit office. So this is your you want to slow it down, this is your time to do that. If that's what you're looking for, this is your opportunity to do that.
I'm not interested in slowing down, and I'm in favor of the rezone. But I want to make sure our infrastructure, particularly in the sewer, can handle it. Water lines, I understand. You can put in upsized water lines, dig up streets, upsize water lines, go to zone. You can take care of all that stuff. Sidewalks, you can cut a sidewalk down through Baldwin's property. There's a partial right-of-way down through there to 3rd East. Or you come over and you put sidewalks in. But sewer's a big issue, and it's an expensive issue. And it depends on another city. It depends on now. Scarlett, your point is well taken.
I tried to be politically correct.
Your point is well taken. But on the other hand, if they continue to drag their feet, what do we do with the sewer?
It backs up in Walmart.
In Logan City.
At that point, it backs up in Walmart.
Well, that's a lot of crap in Walmart.
At that point, that's where it will back up. That's the low point of the sewer. That is their tax base. They're not going to let that happen. It's going to back up in Walmart if we overwhelm it, and they continue to put ones on. Walmart's the low point, and that's where it'll go.
Is there a lift station at Walmart?
No.
They may have to be putting one in.
But that's the low point of where our system will come in. That's where it would back up. If that system clogs it there, that's the first connection above that pinch point.
Well, there's the tire store.
Okay.
The tracks.
Anyway, but we're doing the best we can as far as our sewer system goes to work on the resolution.
I'm not blaming anybody here in Providence. I am not wanting to hold anybody hostage.
Brent, hang on just a second. Can we have the sidebars stop up here? Thank you.
I'm not wanting to hold anybody hostage. I'm not blaming anybody in staff. I'm not blaming anybody. It's a condition we are dealing with, and I know you're working on it. I know, but it needs to have a solution. And apparently, Logan's not willing to give us a solution right now.
We don't have a firm answer to the solution today.
If we had $87 million, we could put in our own sewer plant, but we're short about $87 million.
65, but you're still short. Absolutely.
What's that?
Absolutely. At 65, but
Oh, was I overshot? Just a couple, 20 million.
By the time we get around to it, it'll be
Nonetheless,
85.
we don't have the position to do that at this point.
No, we don't. So it is a real problem for me as a city councilman representing the citizens to continue to allow things to move when we've got a problem and we know there's a problem and don't have a solution to it.
The frustrating,
We're working on it, yes.
The frustrating on my side is it's clearly not a big enough problem because Logan's still going to approve to go into it at a hotel base, and that's a huge frustration for.
So how real is the problem? Is our question.
That there will be approvals through that system, and that sewer will go until either the solution is done, whether it's our approvals or theirs. They have shown no stoppage.
No willingness to stop.
They whether willingness or not, they are going full to approve everything that they possibly can to approve to go into that. And so at that point, but the question comes to back, I would ask the council, the question comes is this the right time to rezone or not? If it's not, then don't rezone. If it's the right time, then rezone. The master plan indicates that it's what we expected it to. The application is what we expected it to. Whether that's right or it's wrong, that's not the staff's. We're not
Absolutely.
We're not proposing.
It's
that
not
either
your
way.
problem.
We're not.
It's our problem.
The plan, from the staff perspective, I just let you know, we're working on solving that. It's a freight train. You keep adding to that freight train, certainly gonna be a problem at some point.
Especially if track disconnects.
Right, but Logan seems to say, oh, well, we'll double down and we'll add a hotel of 100 units on it, which is like, oh, well, if we're really at a huge stop, they would help that. We as your city manager, I wrote a letter to say, hey, wait a minute, you've told us that this is oversized. Are you really going to approve this? And they're like, no, sure, we got plenty of space.
They wrote back and said they had plenty of space.
That's what they said. And basically they said they had enough space in their meeting to do it. So that they approved that in their planning commission and approved that be built. So as long as these ones are built before Logan's, I guess there's enough capacity.
Is that recognizing that we have 100 units, 500 units that can come online?
I can only work as fast as I can work with them.
I'm just curious. I mean, well, okay. All right.
Janelle, you have a comment.
Some of my questions are transportation oriented. With fire egress, what are the requirements? I know 2 exit points, but at what threshold? Like how many units are you required?
30 units, I think.
At 30 units,
but-
you're required to have two exit
Yeah,
points.
one thing that was brought up at the planning commission is cul-de-sacs. At this point, nothing in our plan. There would have to be changes to our general plan and our master plan, which he's applied for. At that point, without changes, there would have to be connectivity. We would expect the connectivity from the plan to go north, to go south, and at least to go east. Would love to have it go west. We don't know where that fits out, but at least 3 different connections in order for us to provide efficient city services, garbage, water, sewer, fire. We would
Snowplow.
ask that.
So as
Snowplow.
the master plan stands, a stub would be required west, like it has been on Homes on the Knoll. There's a stub for 300 north.
East.
It
300 north is the south of this development.
Right, it's to the north of this parcel, but that development that's to the east of this parcel has a stub for a 300 north connection. As far as like if you look up the preliminary plat, what's being laid out with roads, there is a stub for 300 north. With the intent of a westbound connection to 300 east. That's what's on the master plan. To me, I know that this is like a sequencing issue, but I feel like as we've looked at the east to west connections and the north to south connections, the city, as it has been laid out over time, is like a huge funnel down to Macy's. We have one other connection that really goes really well out of the city, 300 and 1,000 south. So I just feel like, to me, the rezone for me is contingent on the master plan, which is not. It's a cart and horse, chicken and egg problem, whatever. To me, I feel like it should be tabled until we resolve the connectivity issues.
I'll second that. Sorry, you're saying my thoughts, so.
Yeah, I just feel like the connectivity issues need to be resolved and solidified before a rezone comes in. As far as improvements on the road, this is my best analogy for city business. It's like turning a cargo ship. It's not that it's not turning, it just takes a long time to come around. And as a city, adopting a standard is huge. Having a standard is huge for our sidewalks because it helps us be better in the future than we were in the past while we work in the present to fix the past, which is we've seen in other areas of the city. So anyway, that's my 2 cents on the topic.
Okay.
Yeah.
David, do you have some thoughts?
I tend to agree. I mean, it sounds like most of the opposition has to do with roads, traffic, parks, infrastructure, all the things we've already discussed.
Get a little closer
It's
to
close
the
enough,
mic.
sorry. And I do think we ought to be really intentional about how we go about planning these kind of things, and with the future in mind that this ought to be rezoned at some point. I'm not opposed to that necessarily, other than just making sure that these things are in place. Did you say that the application was already made for the cul-de-sacs that were talked about, or not yet?
There is, yes,
Did I
there's an
misunderstand?
application submitted, but it would go through
But it-
planning commission before it comes to here. But yeah, there is an application that's been submitted.
And would that be contingent on us actually rezoning
No.
today, or?
They'd make a recommendation to us on this issue, the same as they just did
It's just a
now, and it's on
recommendation,
next
okay.
week's agenda. for the
One's a
planning
general
commission.
plan, the other is transportation.
Okay.
Scarlett.
The application that's submitted is to change the classification of 400 East from a minor collector to make it a local road. That's what the application is all about. If it's a local road, it's not shown on the general plan. And
It still is shown on the general plan.
not,
Yeah, it's still shown on the
It
general
gets
plan.
changed in the master plan, but not in the general plan.
Transportation.
they're
plan.
asking for the general plan. I said that backwards. It's not shown in the general plan because that's what they're asking us to change, is the general plan, so that it's not shown as a minor collector on the general plan. It would just be a local road.
But the connection would have to fully change the
Right.
transportation plan is where
Yes.
your classification of road is. It is shown in the general plan as a connector road.
Yes.
Even though we do local roads as connector roads, not just collector roads. So we have one down at Kent subdivision, that's another one that is not a classified road as a minor collector. This would take 2 steps away from where it currently is at. It's not just moving it from the application that he would have to go through is not just to move it down from minor to local, but it would be to abandon the general plan connectivity road, because it is on the general plan as a connected road.
Yes. But that's not been vetted out through the public hearing yet. But that's what it is. It's not, if that happened, then cul-de-sacs would be an option. Right now, the way the general plan shows and the type of road it is, they're not. But that doesn't guarantee, once you change it and take it off, you kind of are, then we're at the mercy of our ordinances, not our general plan and transportation plan. So,
Again, this is back to the rezone issue.
yeah.
How far, I mean, at that point, generally, we don't get any plannings on rezone, and that question comes is a rezone in line with our general plan or not? It is. Is it the time? Maybe, maybe not. Could he develop a portion of it without this piece? He could develop the north piece, which is already rezoned. He could develop that without the south piece, and would have connectivity that would be required to plan for. But at this point, the question really comes back to that, is this the time to do the rezone? And then, once you've rezoned or not rezoned, then the dominoes start to start to really play out, that this is the point at which the council would be involved in the development of this process.
Joe, do you have a comment?
I was just going to reiterate that regardless of what's decided down the road, we fully intend to meet the city code and the plan based on your guys' finding and meet the requirements of the R112 zone, regardless of what happens down the road. This is just purely about the zoning, and we have every intention of following all requirements of that zone. And we are asking for, we have an application to ask to have that road type changed that will come before you. But if you decide not to change that, we do have a plan to meet the R112 zone with the general plan requirements that are currently in place.
Okay, thank you.
Jody, I understand that, but our concern is the infrastructure necessary to support the rezone. And yes, I'm in favor of the rezone. I don't think it's going to work for you to keep in agriculture. I think this a rezone because that's what's happening in that area. My other concern is like Janelle said, is your kids are going to walk to school. The first home that you sell in that subdivision that's got children that are school age, elementary school age, need a path to school. And there's not one on 400 East. There's not one on 2nd North until you get down to 3rd East. There's a sidewalk that goes down there, then you have to cross over the street and walk to the school. But until we get from your development over to 2nd North and down to 3rd East, there's not a path for those kids to walk to school. And we're dealing with a very tough issue right now because it wasn't done when it was supposed to have been done. And we're dealing with a very hard issue right now. That's another concern that I have, and I don't know. I can't say that the rezone is tied to that, but it has ramifications for the future because you get the rezone and you're going to sell homes. You build them, you sell them. People come in with families. They need a way for those kids to get to school. So there's some issues there that need to have some kind of thought, resolution, somewhere we need to be planning to do something about that to be able to support your rezone.
Any plan that we have has pedestrian connection, full sidewalks, all the way to Spring Creek Parkway. Everybody else, I would have to review the bus requirements, but
it's 1.5 miles.
They would be in walking based on the district. If it stays the way it currently is with Providence and River Heights, and obviously that may change as the middle schools get finished and they rearrange a few things, but the bus that comes to your area is a courtesy stop if you talk to the school district. And the homes that it actually services are like on the far northeast area, like towards Shoreline area is what the bus actually services. So all of those people within this section would be walking students, which speaks to the Safe Routes to School grant process, truly, is how do we get funding to make these connections with these blocks that are old and didn't have sidewalks and they need updated. That's where we get our funding from, is that we say, look, there's this gap. And until there actually is a gap, we cannot get funding to fix the gap. So it really is like a chicken and egg problem.
It's a hard problem.
It's frustrating, I know, but it's just the sandbox we have to play in.
Well, and as we look throughout the city, we've allowed cul-de-sacs to go in, and there's no connectivity. And so the kids have to walk north, down, and then south because there's no connectivity. And we're talking about not connecting anything because we have an inadequate road. And so we need to all put our heads together and say, how can we make that different so that there is connectivity? You go to North Logan, I have a friend that lives in North Logan, and I have to go a mile south and come back or a mile north and come back to her house because there is absolutely no way to get to her house coming from the south. I don't want that in Providence. We want to be able to connect. We want people to be able to walk. We want trails. We want sidewalks. And we want roads that connect one road to the next, rather than just making, the thought before was if you do cul-de-sacs, then neighbors will talk to each other and it will be a cozy place to live. And we found out all that does is keep people from going where they need to go. And it causes them to have to drive more. And so, because they can't walk. So those are the issues that I see when I look at changing the roads, not putting the road through because it's an inadequate road. It's the tail wagging the dog rather than us looking at what really makes sense. And how do we collaborate and work together to make that happen?
Just commenting on Janelle's comment, we're actually planning on improving both sides of 300 North in that section so that we actually can have a gap to go and get grant, or it seems like if there's an actual gap instead of just a dead end road, which currently it is,
You're saying improve where the
Northeast,
indirect
400 East?
home is?
We're planning on improving both sides
of that part.
of that road.
Just that section.
Just that section, and then that section connects straight up into Shoreline with their preliminary plat. Homes on the Knoll.
For the end, for their
Yeah.
was that third phase or something?
Ye-
it's fifth or sixth phase, and Homes on the Knoll pre-plat is already approved, ties into third north.
So we're already connecting Third North. What we're asking for with this rezone is to do our part to continue to improve Third North that turns into 400 East, and then it's a small section of 400 East instead of all of Third North, all of the existing Third North that needs to still be improved. So we're planning to improve the road, and I'm a walker. I love walking on sidewalks. I love doing loops. Any plan that I have in here is pedestrian connected, but that's something that we'll have the opportunity to discuss likely next month. And but with this rezone, no matter what the outcome is on the connectivity, will improve both sides of 300 North, and obviously any road that we build will be fully built to current standards, and there will be the pedestrian connectivity to 470 East. But you bring up a good point about the connectivity. The 300 North, it's approved. It's going to be connected into Homes on the Knoll. And Sarah Street is already a minor collector. The 300 East is a major collector. So we have collectors and connections all the way around this small portion. And if you guys decide that we need to connect through here, we'll 100% connect through here as well, which gives people lots more option to have pedestrian access without going down 400 East and But it also, if we connect through, it increases the amount of traffic coming up 400 East. So
So Homes on the Knoll is already planned to connect out onto 400 East, is what you're saying,
they're already
in their preliminary plat.
and
So they put
approved.
down on Third North
So that,
and
that
going
traffic
forth east.
situation is not gonna be avoided by not rezoning this, because it already has a planned connection there,
Yep.
but there's no through to Third East, which seems like a jogging road. You like come down, hit 300 North, and then jog back over to 350?
So the city owns a right-of-way piece.
Right, I know.
Right.
I know they own that piece.
And so then when this development happens, we would hope to expect it to connect through to that when it happens. That's why we have.
I'm
that
just
piece.
saying it's not gonna align to 300 North, right? It's gonna be like a zigzag.
So do we need to have the developer here give us a pathway down to 350 North?
There's still a parcel in the middle that's owned by a different property
Right,
owner.
it's owned by the Baldwins, but so that when it is developed, we can put a through road up to that subdivision.
That connection isn't on the general plan.
The 350?
Correct.
It is on the general plan. There is a connection to 300 East. It is on the general plan. It is also on the transportation master plan. If you zoom in on the map, there is, it doesn't specify where it is, but it is drawn in there, a connection somewhere between 200 and 500, a connection onto 300 East. I think it's on page 14 of the general plan. There's a line drawn into 300 East. It doesn't say exactly where that would be. The one that is specific is from 470 to 400. But
470 to 400 is specific.
is specific. The other one is just an arbitrary line out to 300 East, which, you know, shows that east-west connectivity.
That would be transportation, not general.
Sorry, I was looking at the transportation master plan.
The development to the east, up on the hill, what do we call that? Just to the east of your property,
Knoll.
the knoll. When is that expected to punch through to 300 North and turn onto 400 East? Is that the plan for the knoll to?
Already connected it, but the economy and how fast he builds.
But when he's through building down, he can hit 300 North and that'll just
This is somewhere.
go right onto 400 East.
Already tied in.
This is 4.
So all that traffic will run into that small road,
This is 400 East. This one is right here, 400 East.
right?
And then that.
There are a lot more than 30 homes up there, right? Yeah.
And there's a couple other roads going north and south that they could.
They
connect.
could-
They could go out on.
Right.
or-
Well, Sarah, well, doesn't have a current plan to go to the south, so that's not, I mean, your development building first, so yours is gonna be the first minor collector. If you don't like yours, then the next guy says, well, why force me to have mine? And
This is the same. There's this.
I understand. I also want to make it very clear, this is about the rezone and the connectivity. I will follow your guys' guidance when we, when that comes before you. This is purely, did my best to keep it on the rezone, but, yeah.
It's
We can table it till we see the master plan outcomes.
Okay, in your microphones, please.
We could table this if we wanted to and wait
So
till the transportation master plan issue is addressed, or we could rezone it and realize that we are going to be the voting body to address the transportation piece as well, because that's right on its heels. So, I mean, I do feel like they're both entwined and connected, right? So, but it's a sequencing issue. I don't know.
Right, and I really think the development is the cart, right? And the safety and the transportation issue, we need more resolution on that. Seems like we just keep putting in state mandated housing because that's what the state's telling us to do, but the state's not telling us to improve our roads and sidewalks to handle that growth. And living right there, 200 North is not a road, it's a trail. Being in charge of the parks and trails, I've been there all summer and I've done the study. So many bikes, runners, walkers, that road can barely handle, like they said, 2 cars. It really is a trail. More people walk and use it as a trail than cars that I see. So I'm just 100% in favor of getting that safety issue resolved. Not because I live there. Well, yeah, I live there, but if I didn't live there, it's not going to be safe for the traffic that's going to punch through from the knoll, and that's already been approved. So we know that's coming. That's coming down and around the corner, past the Lindquist, down 400 East. They're on their way, and hopefully we can get the road widened and sidewalk in before the knoll comes through. I'm not against.
How are we going to fund
I'm not
that?
against the rezone. What's that?
How do we fund that?
Yeah, how do we fund that, Ryan? I feel like it's a developer's responsibility. They come in. What other roads and sidewalks have developers put in?
The only time that I've been able to see that you can ask something more from a developer than what's on their actual parcel is if they're annexing into the city.
Right.
Which we came up with extra requirements when Visionary annexed into the city, because legally we were able to do that at that time. I just don't think that we can require that of a developer on other.
Like legally we can't, or
I don't think so, but I am not the authority on development, so maybe somebody else knows better than me.
I feel like if the developer is the one putting the traffic and the people, the kids walking to school on that road, I feel like if they're putting all those homes in and the people and the cars and the traffic that's going to go from 300 North down 400 East past my house, I think they have some responsibility, and I don't know what's legal or not. Maybe we can't. No, we can't. The state says we can't force developers to do that. But
More than their
right.
effect,
Okay.
and then that's through the impact fee.
So
You have to realize that where do you stop?
at the roundabout.
You do have a mechanism. Ryan said that. I don't know if it's loud enough to hear, but we can only make a developer do their proportionate share. So they can do 100% within. And we can, in some cases, we can have a developer go a little farther out of we can do off-site developments. But that's why we collect impact fees, is so that we can look at our transportation plan that we've got and we can follow those roads that you've said you wanted us to improve. Then we can utilize the impact fees towards that. The thing of it is, impact fees come in as houses come in, and they're not we don't get a lot on our transportation fee, so it takes quite a while and we have to use them within 6 years. So there's a whole bunch of of things that go along with impact fees, but we charge impact fees so that, and the theory is the city's gonna take those impact fees and do those extended off-site improvements that are too far out of the realm to legally make the developer
So do
do.
we need to charge more on the impact fee to cover the cost of,
Well, there are laws about that as
There's
well.
laws about that too.
only charge so much? on the
Yes.
Have
impact fee?
studies done and
Yes.
all kinds of stuff.
So, Ryan, we're having such a tough time utilizing our sidewalk money. What would it be a consideration to move our sidewalk money?
I don't think, no.
No.
Okay, that simplifies that.
Oh. Hey, can we get some at some point? Certainly, as we build out. I mean, that's why we go to Second West. And we're way off on the sidewalk one, but the sidewalk one leads to the next item. Generally, roads are developed on roads. So city builds roads at one project, sidewalks on another, because they don't actually touch. We don't like them to touch. We don't have them touch. We have an accordion style approach that we have them next to the sidewalk. We have the roads in the middle, and the park strip allows for that flexibility of the amount of right of way. That's why they aren't a set project. We don't see them always together. Sometimes if it's a brand new road, we'll do that on like First South. But the question comes to this is rezone, does it need to be developed? It will sit as agricultural without the rezone. Is the rezone at R112 reasonable? Should it be something else? Should it be an R16 or RR1? Should it be rezoned to something different? If not agriculture, because we've gone through and said, you know, even the plan has identified this as some change. If not agriculture, should it be 1 acre lots? And then maybe that's not enough now, but maybe that's what the sewer would allow, or maybe it's half acre lots. And then he continues to rezone down. I mean, he can ask for whatever, you can approve you don't have to approve what's been requested, but certainly the plan has showed that. We would have expected it. Can you ask for certain conditions? I think there's an ability to have some conditions. I don't know all of the conditions that can be set more than what we've put in the plan. And we usually try to put what we can conditionally in there. Can you ask for a park? I guess you can. Can you mandate it? Probably not. Off-site improvements, can you ask for them? You can ask for lots. Can you mandate it? Probably not.
So I'm aware that the traffic is going to come down through this corner. But I just feel like this safety, this trail needs to be, this problem with safety on this road needs to be resolved before we allow more development and traffic to go through. I mean, it's coming through already from up above, but we're just allowing, we're opening the gate for even more traffic to go through on a road that is mostly a trail.
Can I restate how I hear that and see if that's accurate? You're hoping to have the road second north widen to the standard, whether that's 30 feet or 37 or whatever that standard is.
Yeah, no, we're okay with that, yeah.
I'm just asking, is that
what you're
is that
saying?
what you're asking that the staff plan accordingly? I mean, then that would be,
well,
we'd look at the budget for next year.
Yeah,
plan.
right. I don't know where the money comes from.
I'm just asking if that's money-wise go.
Maybe we find, you widen it, you have a sidewalk, you widen it up on 400 East, you have a sidewalk up there, and then he takes it from his property over to the other spot, and I'm okay at that point with, we've got the horse in place, put the cart in with R112. I'm not against rezoning. It's already been done all around
But
up on
you
the
would
hill.
like to see the road widened in
Down to the, down,
from Third North to Second North before that happened. Is that, I'm just trying to understand, because that's probably in.
I think that's accurate.
So I'm trying to
right,
understand.
yes,
That's accurate.
yes.
Yeah, that's
I
accurate.
just, I don't know how all the homes up there to the north and to the east, they will go down that way on their way to Macy's if they're going that way. And how does the road handle all that traffic and all the kids walking on it if it's not complete? You put the homes in and the roads,
And I
we
would
do it
argue
after?
that there is 60% of our roads that are, I would argue that there's 60% of our roads that are undersized based on our plan that we're working to widen. And if it's a dead end street serving 7 to 10 houses, we're not gonna prioritize that over other minor collector roads
Right.
that are actually through. So I would argue that as long as it is as it is.
We have to throw the traffic down at first and prove that it's a
Only that it-
problem.
Well, it would have to have a
Get it.
connection, right? I
You said it earlier in the meeting. I caught it the first time.
Yes,
Get it?
that's,
So you're saying we kind of need to put the cart first and show that we've got a lot of traffic, kids walking on a small road, unsafe before we can get safe school
Well,
routes.
we
grants
can't
and-
get grants
Right, we
for
can't-
sidewalks until there are kids.
Right.
It's like the
I
school
get it.
district. They don't build schools until there are too many kids in the school. And then they
I
say,
know.
oh,
I work
we
with the
need
schools,
to,
yeah.
we need to build a school. So it's kind of how it works for us to be able to get funding. So that,
Irritating.
I'm just talking prioritize.
Okay.
I have other ones that
And
are
I'm not
just as,
arguing anyone. I'm just,
as a prioritized method, those that are connecting that are already have that traffic and already have that danger, we owe to them to prioritize to get those ones fixed as well.
mhm.
And once this is connected, absolutely, it has to
So
come.
we
Has to
can wait,
happen.
we can wait for the null to punch through and then apply.
but they're not going to punch through until it looks like there's going to be something there,
What there?
the knolls.
Well, the Knolls are gonna, they've
They're gonna
they've
come down
got theirs
300
coming
north.
to punch, to connect into that. Certainly that's, they're coming at that route.
So when they come in there and the traffic increases, then we can apply at that point.
Certainly, we should prioritize. Some of it we ought to prioritize our impact fees, whatever else. If this is the busiest and most impactful road, then when we look at that and approve those budgets, which we've just approved in June, when we're in that May and June, that's why the plans are so critical that we follow, is because they set out a 5 to 30 year process for us to look out. We see where things are going. We budget on a 5-year budget model so that we know where things are going. And at this point, we certainly need to prioritize that if that's where we expect to go. Now, if we expect the traffic to lead to the north until it's built, and there will be some of that so that people will go to the easiest route. And if to the south is a harder route, there will be some that will go there. So anyway, I'm telling you that if you listen to the next one and that domino hits, it pushes it down tremendously down the method of prioritizations.
Since we can't look at a subdivision layout, will 400 East connect to 500 North if we approve this?
Will 400 East connect to 500 North?
Yes.
At this point, if you approve it today, it should, unless you come back and change your mind with a plan. If you don't change the plan, if you don't change the ship, then it's going to connect.
And you're speaking of the request to do a change on the master.
Now, I can only say your plan says that they will connect. That the plan approved.
Right, because
That's all I
that's
can say.
because that's the general plan.
That's what is supposed to happen.
That's supposed to happen.
That's what the citizens should be able to count on.
So the question is, do we trust ourselves to connect 400 to 500 north next time when we have this discussion?
Well, we follow the plan.
Well, if we follow the plan, can we trust that we do this? If we do, we could consider the rezone tonight.
Well, that's why you want to wait and do the general plan discussion.
That's why we're concerned about the general, because I'm only one voice. I don't know what the rest of the council is going to do, and we won't know till we voted it. And so myself, I would like to see this tabled until we've had the opportunity to deal with the
Other
application. And if that application is turned down so that 400 connects all the way through to 500, then the rezone is palatable. We have a connecting through street.
And that's kind of what I was alluding to with, is it contingent on the rezone or not? I would like to see the same thing.
The other thing is that Jody could say, okay, I'm not gonna, I won't entertain that, or I'll withdraw that. So that's it. That's the other caveat that can happen as a result. Jody?
If you guys set the condition that I need to connect 400 east to 470 east to approve the rezone, I will pull my application to change the general plan. If you guys decide tonight, and it's already been discussed, you're going to be the deciding body. If you decide tonight that, yeah, it's a really good idea to connect those two roads, I will pull my application and be happy about pulling the application. So if that's a condition that you want to put in place in order to have this rezoned, I will pull the application tomorrow and move forward with the general plan as the general plan has it laid out, and we'll put a 37-foot wide asphalt road through there that connects it with 7.5 feet of park strip and a 5-foot sidewalk on either side of it. And it will be fully connected from 400 east to 470 east. We're also planning on improving 300 north, both sides of it, because we have the property on the south side.
When you say 470 north, is that
east?
Okay.
This one here.
I got to get this in my mind. So 400 actually you're going to go from 3rd North and have connectivity to the 5th North, right? Which is over Spring Creek Parkway.
Same thing, yeah. It's just where we
I
connect
realize
in
there's a
is
little
on
return,
470 east.
Okay,
because there's a little stub of 470
Right,
east
okay.
that comes down. So if I felt like I owed it to the residents that had expressed interest in me pursuing the cul-de-sac option in order to bring it in front of the council, it seems like we heavily discussed it today. And if the city council, it's actually better for me to have that decision tonight instead of waiting a month to get that decision. So if you guys already know that you want the road to connect to 470 East and Spring Creek Parkway, I'm more than happy to take that tonight in more of an unofficial way and drop my application for having it reviewed and having that road reviewed and its status changed in the general plan.
I'm only one voice. That's what I'd like to have happen.
I still think there's an issue with the inadequate road. I'm not sure what the solution is, but it's a problem, and I'd like to see the problem resolved before this is taken out of our court and the gates just open.
But you've heard.
That's my comment.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'll entertain a motion.
I'll entertain a motion. Brent, do
make-
you want to make it?
I'll make a
Well-
motion that we table it.
We
I
have,
don't
we have a
know.
motion to table it. If, do we have a second?
I'd second that.
To table it?
Yeah.
It'd be nice to have Carrie here too.
Okay, so we have a motion to table this issue indefinitely.
No,
That's what I wondered, what's the time frame if we were to do that?
What are we looking to recover? Because if we're looking to cover 400 east from 3rd North to 2nd North, and from 4th East down to 3rd East, we don't know what kind of time frame we've got on that. If we're looking to widen that road,
Minimum 3 years.
minimum 3 years, so we'd have to
I-
table
I
it
got-
for 3 years.
I gotta design it, I gotta fund it, I gotta build it. I tell you, and at this point, that's not even in the budget item, I can't even start on any of those until next June or July to budget accordingly. I mean, normally I tell you, if you're gonna change something like that, it's a 3-year out.
So Ryan, how feasible is it in 3 years if we do the rezone? It puts other monies possibly available as the developer develops, such as sidewalk funding. We have to build the roads, but could you think there'd be grants for sidewalk? I'm trying to figure out how feasible it is in 3 years to have this completed if we do the rezone.
Well, I would tell you in 3 years, if it's priority number 1, I'm positive I can get it. If it's your top priority, certainly, I think that's the time frame. Will we get grants to put in some of the sidewalk? Probably not. We can't get wraps because our county person they've taken wraps out of it, so that's not a funding option. We could use some of the other funding. I'll have to look to see if this is on our widening. It's not close enough that we have closer ones to the school that we're working on to get there. So it's probably not fit to safe routes to school, but certainly to build one block and widen it, certainly we can add it into a 3-year. We can widen that within 3 years. Sure. If it's priority number 1, we'll get it widened.
But if it stays a dead end,
It can't be
how can we
priority one.
prioritize it?
Apparently, it's not a dead end, but I can't find the plat that
Right, the master plan
establishes that.
punches it through, which
So, I mean, that to me is why I feel like I want to table it, because I want to find the plat. I want to see that connection.
You want to see the connection to Sunrise North.
So it's not recorded.
Oh,
It's not a recorded plat on here. How about we have it on our website? Though.
Rob, do you have it? Rob's got it on his
Digging
phone.
through the website, it's not finding it.
Just to,
Now, is that the Knowles? Okay.
And what phase are they on? What phase are they on? Okay.
So this connection's already in, and then that one's supposed to go. That's where the stub is, right? So in the sequencing of, so what road is this one?
There's one.
Sure. Right, but this one he's already gonna tie onto. And so this has already been approved by the planning commission.
as preliminary plat, right?
And what's the difference between a preliminary plat and a final plat?
Some administrative work.
Yeah, details.
Not much. Okay, but this is different, and there's a road that's supposed to be coming this way on a Y
This
there.
ties into Danny's up here. This is what he'd look at if he
Sure,
was gonna
but
go
there's a
through.
road, there's a Y that's on the preliminary plat. And this road's gonna have to connect to this road.
Ryan, can't you, I don't know how you go about doing your grants, but you say you can't get funding for the road until you prove there's a need. Doesn't all the development around there prove the need? I mean, looking at the master plan where it goes through to 500 North, and does that help in your grant application, showing that there's clearly development that's going to affect that road and the future roundabout and connectivity to schools?
To clarify, what I believe I've said is prioritization rather than grant. It's whether it's a grant or whether it's city funds to prioritize, it's a prioritizing problem. And certainly if you say that's the number one priority, then that overrides the other things on the master plan, and whether it's whatever funding mechanism that is and what we can get, we can fund. We just offset a different funding of a different project and move it to this one. Certainly there's ways we can do that. That's why mine is if you're prioritizing Second North or the rest of Fourth East, or where you're looking to make that prioritization, that's really what I need. But that's outside of this scope, because that's part of the budget scope. We're 3 months late on that discussion.
So we have a motion and a second.
So do we
Okay.
table for 3 years?
Well,
Is that what-
the
where-
motion is to table this. The second is to table this. So we can have a vote
And we don't
on
need to
that.
say
And if
any
it
kind of
doesn't
time.
pass, we can go back and have another motion.
Can I make a comment before we vote?
Yeah.
So my premise of seconding is the fact that I could not find evidence that this road is already connected, but it is already connected with a preliminary plat approval. So the traffic is already coming from homes on the knoll. Delaying this isn't going to remove traffic from 400 East. If anything, it's going to cause a bottleneck off of 400 East because we're inhibiting the ability to make a connection out to 500 North.
That's a good point.
If we hold on the rezone, because that leaves the only option for traffic
It's 400.
is 400 East.
Right.
As in its condition as it stands. Even if we prioritize as a council the improvements in that block, which need done, and there's lots of layers to that, whether it's water and irrigation and all of those things. But Homes on the Knoll is already connected to that stub.
Can you slide that over just a little bit more so we can see
But
more of the East Hill there?
So are you
That
saying
way
you'd like
it
to
will
approve
connect
based
from
on the
Sarah
road?
Wait just a minute.
Sorry.
Can you show all the development up there on the hill?
The Knolls does connect to Sarah Street.
Yes.
Will the Knolls connect to your subdivision other than 300 North?
So all I'm saying is all that development right there that you see to the east is going, you're right, it's going to go through.
And it's
Already.
already connected.
So once that all goes through, maybe it would be easier to get those roads prioritized down to the roundabout before allowing even more and punching through to all that development to the north. I mean, why keep allowing more until the safety problem is resolved? The road is a trail.
Which I feel like the safety problem people are going to, if you get down 300 North and you have the choice to go north on a road that is adequately wide with sidewalks, or to go south on a 1 block worth of like crumbling dust road,
Well, if
which
you're
is
going-
basically what it is.
If you're going to Macy's or Walmart, then that's the way you'd go.
I would think they would probably go down Spring Creek all the way through down to Highway 165 and 89. to me. I mean, I'm not going to say there's not going to be any people driving there. Clearly, we know it needs improved, but the funding mechanism for that is in multiple layers, just like the rest of 400 East was. That's why it took so long to fix the pothole mania there, was because we had to build up a fund to fix all the water problems under the road first.
Okay. No. We have a motion. We have a second, unless you want to withdraw.
I do want to withdraw.
How do we do that?
I don't know.
I'm
We
not
just,
sure
I think
know.
we just have to vote and see if the motion passes.
Okay. So we have a motion. We have a second. All in favor?
Did you withdraw?
No.
I don't think I can do that.
We're voting on it.
We're just
And
voting on
so if it doesn't pass, we'll go forward with something else. So, all in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Okay.
Gonna say aye.
So you're voting, you're
Wait.
opposing.
I'm late.
So we're tied.
Yeah.
Which kills the motion anyway.
Okay.
Unless you vote, well, I
Unless
guess
you're
you
tiebreaker.
could break a tie at that point.
Carrie's gone.
Okay.
So I guess you're the tie.
The tiebreaker. I vote nay. So I will entertain another motion on this issue.
Be nice to have Carrie here.
I think myself, in lieu of our discussions tonight, one other question. Is there connectivity between the Knolls and your subdivision other than 300? What does that mean? Is that waving it off or blow it?
Looks like the parade wave to me.
Like, I'm not sure.
Next year
Yes.
is on a pre-plat, not a final plat, not necessarily set in stone. That is what he is going to potentially.
We need a,
Where's that second?
so he can put it up
So if you go to,
and talk into the mic.
you find the final plat of the phase that he just built in those construction drawings. It shows the drawing that I'm able to find so easily. The phase one that he's doing.
Because if he tied into it, the Knolls would have an opportunity to go down to what would be that connectivity road. and
Speak
go
into
out
the mic.
500.
Speak into the mic.
Real issue, I think, too, is that these are all preliminary plats, and so
The what?
what is and what will be is yet to be determined. So at some point, some things topographically are forced, or, you know, with the hill slopes and different things, but I don't know.
Is that even feasible? I don't know. That brings up a good point. Topographically, can we even make a connection other than Third North?
Speak into the mic.
Yes, the preliminary plat had to show grades and whatnot. Now, does it show full-blown construction drawings? No, but the preliminary plat had to show grades. They had to show that they would be able to make those connections
On the Knolls.
on the Knolls.
For
Okay.
For this parcel here is what we're talking about.
Right. So I guess the question is that feasible for your subdivision to have a connectivity other than Third North to the Knolls? Just curious.
Jody, say your name.
I'm Jody Robbins. I'm the developer. I would assume that it's feasible. Where we no longer have to do a concept plan with state code.
Right.
We still do a concept plan just for our own study items and to evaluate it. Right now, our concept plan has us connecting just off of 4th East because there's kind of a weird corner there. And if you guys want to put a condition on that we connect all the way over to 470 East, we're more than happy to move forward with that guidance and would welcome that guidance, even if you don't put the condition on, so we can evaluate if we want to continue to push our application to change the general plan forward. Those were the only 2 main connections that we had when we evaluated
One
our
north and
plan.
one south. Yeah.
Yes, one north and one south. The parcel that we're talking about, just so everybody has reference, is 14 lots roughly, with our concept plan that is that once again is just for our information and to evaluate the project. We will definitely still come back with all of the process for the preliminary plat as standard, but we have connection through there, and if we connect through there, it would give anybody coming down 300 north a chance
A
to
choice, yeah.
to go somewhere else. And I anticipate that we would get there first, meaning before that 300 north connects down to other 300 north, we would already have the lower 300 north widened with sidewalk and the opportunity for people to take a right turn and head over to Spring Creek Parkway. Also keep in mind, Sarah Street will be connecting through there and already connects through there. So we're giving people on homes on the knoll multiple options to leave their development without going down 400 East. What they choose is,
Can I propose an idea? If we meet the needs of the people and the developer by possibly making 400 East and 300 North a temporary dead end and let the development go, and when they come down 300 North, they connect onto the road that you're putting over to 470 North, and all that development can go on that newly developed road and sidewalk. And 400 East, 300 North is a temporary dead end until we catch up to the development that's taken place. So then they can all go down the nice road to Walmart and Macy's.
You're suggesting we put a roadblock in the road?
It's already stopped now. There's a roadblock. Nobody continues through that dead end at this point.
What do you mean by a temporary dead end?
No one drives through there. It's a dead end street, 400 East, 300 North. If it were to remain that way until we get up to speed on our, we'll also have all the impact fees from all the development that could possibly help with that section down to the roundabout.
Will you start construction from the north end? Was that what your plan is?
Yes.
So you'd start north and work south.
So you wouldn't even get to that for a couple of years.
We plan on phasing this project, and the connection to the south is the second phase. For fire egress,
you'd have to.
We meet the less than 30 houses all the way around. Any plan that we have meets the less than 30 houses on one exit
So
plan.
at that possible temporary dead end, they could still all head out north.
You,
No.
Okay.
No,
you have to count the houses. You have to count the houses that are existing.
Yeah, I have been counting those
Okay,
on
you
any
have
of
to.
ours. If we did that as a dead end, all of a sudden, the house there on the corner, of 300 North, right? The Lindquists, they're, I don't know where you would put the dead end to kind of allow them to either be part of the dead end or be forced into the new development. But considering I'm tying in a road almost into their driveway, it seems like they would be part of the new development. Also, if you did that, it would put about 36 houses on one exit until 37, 38 houses on one exit until 300 North connects.
Right, okay, just a thought.
Yep, just
Curious.
giving more information.
Okay, thanks, Jody.
Thank you, guys.
All right, are we ready to make another motion?
When do preliminary plats get published? Like, when do they become final? When they actually start breaking ground there, they have to become final?
No, they go through a final plat process. So the preliminary plat is through the planning commission process.
And the final plat's administrative. Okay.
And then that's when you start to build, right?
Are you planning on building this fall, or would you start next year?
Jody Robbins, the developer. It's a pretty long process and we're getting pretty close to winter weather, so it will be weather dependent. We don't expect to get that far this fall. Once again, we're also phasing this. So phase 2, which is the connection, the south connection, would be later, not this fall.
So maybe that would give us some time, Ryan, to look at prioritizing Northeast and do something with that, because we know the development's coming. I don't know, would that help?
Time helps.
But that doesn't preclude us. I mean, we need to move ahead.
No, I'm not wanting to stop it.
Okay.
I'm saying if we propose, easy, if we propose that.
You need to be a little closer.
So glad it wasn't coming out this way.
Flames.
So if we propose the rezone and it is phased, and this goes into the second phase, timeframe wise, will you only work up to the phase line as far as roads and stuff? It won't connect through until, are you planning on putting that road in all the way first? I don't know what's best.
The first phase would be, if you scroll out on the preliminary plat, it's pretty dang close to the lot line between the ones we're asking to rezone and the ones that are already are 112.
Well, since we're kind of deadlocked and there's problems trying to get resolved on Second North and between Fourth down to at least some sidewalks, it seems like it's a chicken egg type thing. I think I would propose that we approve the rezone with the comment Jody's making of phasing. I know we can't hold you to the phasing. That would be your own integrity as to the time frame. Buy us some time as a city to see if we can't do something with this 400 East and from 3rd North south to 2nd North, and from 400, I don't know if we want to do anything from 2nd North or from 400 East down to 300 where we have sidewalk on 2nd North and that roundabout and stuff. How close is, I'm just trying to figure all this in my mind. Is this a 2-year, 3-year, 4-year? What do you think? Yes?
Can I ask a question about application fees? If someone withdraws their application, do they get their fee back?
No.
Okay.
Because we've already had costs.
Because you've
for
already
that.
done tons of work ahead already. Okay, I just wondered.
Unless, I mean, unless it's immediately after and we haven't had costs, but generally we have costs as soon as they start an application process.
So you can't withdraw that application for the master plan?
Well, they
He can withdraw
but
it. He just won't get his money.
Oh, refund.
I'm sorry. Sorry.
Okay, let's see where this goes.
Okay, one
go
more
ahead.
comment.
I have put money into the application fee. I feel like that money was to find out what the city council was going to, what their feelings were going to be on having that road connect. If you answer that question tonight by either requiring me to connect right there or not, that is, I have done what I needed to address the concerns that the citizens had for having that road as a connecting road, and I told them that I would address that, and I'm happy to give up those application fees and pull the application, even because I've done what I needed to do for the residents and the neighbors of the development in order to explore that avenue.
Great.
So
Thank you.
Okay, I'll try a motion.
Okay.
Let's see where it goes. I propose, again, that we accept the rezone application for R112. And I propose on the developer's integrity that he works from the north to the south. And I propose that we take a look at 400 East funding from 3rd North to 2nd North, some connectivity for sidewalk, and a reasonable street. Now, I don't think we're holding the city to that. Again, it's the developer's integrity. I guess I'm just proposing that we accept the rezone.
Okay. What is your motion? To
I
accept the
propose we
rezone?
accept the
Okay.
With the conditions. set
With the
forth.
condition that that road does go through, that we drop that application for alternating the master plan, the general plan, all that sort of stuff. Leave it as it is. We don't change that condition at all.
Okay. So we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I will second.
Okay, we have a second. Further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
nay.
I didn't call for that yet, but
You're too eager.
Yeah, well, might as well just speed it up. We don't need to be here any later.
I feel a little conflicted. I feel like the public hearing's been noticed to comment on the transportation, that maybe we should let all the public weigh in and share their thoughts. But then looking at the findings of fact, would that influence what I would decide in the future? I don't know.
So
You could abstain.
Who are you gonna call for the other
okay,
vote?
we have a motion, a second. We have 1, 2, 4. And so do we have who's voting? Any against?
Nay.
Conditioned on the connection going through. Say nay.
Okay, so we have 2 for, 2 against. I'm going to vote aye. So, motion passes. Okay, I need a motion to extend the meeting past 10 o'clock. We really need to deal with this item number 5.
I'll make a motion that we continue the meeting.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Okay. Motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Okay. Motion carries. Scarlett, this is yours, I think. Oh, sorry. Item number 5, amendments PCC 1-4-1 sentencing and 1-4-2 offenses designated classified. The Providence City Council will study a request from staff to amend City Code 1-4-1 and 1-4-2.
So I'll be really quite quick on this. The state code is very clear that the legislative body, which, excuse me, which is the city council, that in order that they exercise their power through ordinances, and that you can pass any ordinance to regulate, require, prohibit, govern, or supervise any activity, business conduct. So you are the ones that can look and decide the laws of the city. We have not issued citations out of Providence City for a very, very, very long time. Probably since we started contracting with Cache County Sheriff's Office. All citations have gone through the Cache County Sheriff's Department. Some of the citations will still have to go through the Cache County Sheriff's Department, even if you make the changes that we're suggesting. A couple of the changes that are in here you need to make because they fulfill some state code wording that we need to do. But we would like to be able to have our code compliance officer be able to issue citations for infractions. Our code right now is a little bit ambiguous. In one part, it says that if called out, it's a misdemeanor. In another part of the code, it says if it's not called out, it's an infraction. So this amendment is to clarify that. It uses wording right out of the state code to help us clarify, and we're clarifying that unless it's called out within the code, like in the animal control code, we've called out certain things specific to the animal control, and we've set fines specific to the animal control. If we've done that in other places in the code, then that's what stands. But if we've been silent in those chapters on how to cite, then it's going to fall back to this chapter 1, and that's the default chapter, and that's going to tell us there's some advantages to doing infractions. The difference between an infraction and a misdemeanor is that a misdemeanor has the possibility of jail time. All 3, Class B misdemeanor, Class C misdemeanor, and infractions have fines, but only the 2 misdemeanors have if the judge chose, they could also sentence some jail time. If it's going to have sentencing of jail time, then we have to have a sheriff's deputy issue the citation. We can't just do that as part of code compliance. So that's why. And then we got to looking, and in order to create our own citations so that they didn't say Cache County Sheriff's Office, we needed to update our shared master offense table. And that's where we basically tell the state what offenses we want to cite for, and we put down the suggested minimum fines. We're not putting the maximum fines. That's determined by the class, the misdemeanor or the infraction, but we're suggesting minimum fine amounts. Now, the judge can do what the judge wants to do, but these are suggested minimum fine amounts in here. He can certainly fine more if he wants to. And it also tells them what kind of a violation we think it is. They have these codes that they use that determine whether it's a public safety violation or a nuisance violation. And so it shows those codes. We also tell them if we want them to have to appear in court or if they don't have to. So our master table list only had a few of our animal control violations and 2 parking violations and 1 business license violation. So we need to be able to cite for a lot more than that. So that's what the chart at the end is the shared master offense table. And where those, in that chart, down the suggested fine column, that is taken right from, oh, Ty, I just went blank on the name of that thing. The fee
Shared
schedule.
Master offense table?
No, the fee schedule. What's that called? Yes, only you don't define. Anyway, there's a fine schedule that the state looks at and has put out, and that's the suggested fine based off of that. So I didn't just pull numbers.
That's what the judge uses, right?
I didn't just pull numbers out of the air on that. I used the state's fine schedule. So this will have to go to public hearing. One of the things that we need to put in here that actually has nothing to do with us as far as what we were trying to accomplish, but on page 1 of 2 of the proposed ordinance on line 26, it says, when the penalty for a violation of the ordinance includes any possibility of imprisonment, the city is required under Utah Code Section 78B 22-301 to provide for indigent defense services, as that term is defined in UCA Section 78B 22-102. Now, we are doing that in practice. We've been doing that all along, but the code actually says, the state code actually says that we need to have this sentence in our code. So if you do nothing else, we do need to put that sentence in just so that we're compliant with state code. The other is to make it very clear when we want to have it be a Class B, a Class C, or an infraction. And then, of course, the table that is showing you the suggested minimum fines. The maximum fines are the ones that are listed as far as whether we designate them a Class B, a Class C, or an infraction. The uniform fee schedule is where I got those, the Utah 2024 uniform fee schedule. And that's something that's put out by the state. And that's what I use to get those minimum fines, the 110 and whatnot. This does need to go to public hearing. So it's a study item.
So that would be your action, whether you want to send it to a public hearing and move it forward, or drop it not, but we would recommend that you move it to a public.
Janelle has a question.
Just for my own sake, the fines are for if you get to like your 3rd infraction, you get charged with a misdemeanor of some type, or those are applied for infractions as well?
It can escalate from infractions to misdemeanors.
Well, where does the fee come in?
The fee starts.
At
fee
the
is start.
infraction? Does the fee start at the infraction?
Yes.
Yeah, at the first offense, the judge can fine them, And then if they if they repeat and they come back, then we're looking at probably a Class C, and then the judge can decide what he wants to do, how to.
Well, the
but that's
warning,
up to the judge.
the warning can be given by the officer, and then if they don't heed the warning, then they get a citation.
Is that warning in the code? Is there anything that says we have to give a warning?
Discretion is given to the officer to do that.
Do you think we need to have warning in the code?
Actually, in some places in the code, it does. There are a couple of places, like in the stormwater, we have to give them a notice, a particular notice.
I was just wondering across the board if we want to give people a warning before we just throw an infraction at them.
Sometimes something is egregious enough, even though it's an infraction,
Right.
that you want to take care of it right then, rather than give somebody a warning. We try, though, like on parking tickets, well, on weed letters and things like that, we give people notice. We would prefer not to have to deal with sending them to the justice court. We want to get the problem resolved, because the fine, by the time we get to that, we've spent way more than the $110 that we will get off the fine. So we have a practice of doing warning notices and trying to get the people to comply before we issue the fine. But it is the officer's discretion if they think that the problem is immediate enough that they need to just cite. And so there is, but in stormwater, it does say that we have to give them a notice. And in the nuisance ordinance, if we want to progress beyond an infraction, we have to do a little bit of different noticing on abating a nuisance. But those are the only two that I know of in the code.
But you'll see on this, it has a first offense, a second offense, a third offense. You will see some of those escalate as they have those. So the first offense for, animal at large, $50, but then it escalates up. But everything in here is judge discretion. There's a lot of discretion by the officer of when they cite. It's just like we don't have laws to have a mandatory warning for speeding. If you're going 150 miles down Spring Creek, you ought to have a ticket, whether you've had any warnings.
No
or not.
warning.
So if someone's dog is wandering, we just give them the $50 fee.
If that is up
Without
to
a
the
warning.
discretion of the
The officer, if they get there, okay.
If that, yeah, I mean, you mandate it, and then you just weaken your ability to enforce.
I'll just motion that we take this to a public hearing.
Second that.
So that's a motion.
Yeah, I motion that we take it to a public hearing.
Okay, we have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Okay. We do some quick reports. Staff reports. I think there are probably a couple of things that this group needs to hear. Scarlett, you want to start?
Well, Mary's continuing on her code enforcement. She's out working with people and having her schedule. She comes in at various times. She arranges her schedule around, she has to arrange it around, of course, her Cache County Sheriff deputy duties, but then she works ours in and arranges her schedule if she feels like she wants to be here in the morning to look at particular problems that tend to occur more in the morning. She'll schedule her hours to come in, and that's working really well. So I think code compliance, once we get through these next few steps and she can actually start issuing citations as well, I think that you'll see improvement on there. But I do think her and Colton both are feeling pretty positive that people are starting to comply. We will we will see what happens. So winter parking hours are going to be a challenge. I already know that commercial businesses are very concerned still about the winter parking hours. So that'll be something I'm sure you'll hear about again. Kudos to the recreation group, and to Nicole and Ashley. That was really great. The Wolverines turn 20, I think. Maybe it's 25. I can't remember how old they turn next year. Anyway, that's one of their birthdays, and they've really taken that local legends game to heart. So they're already planning for next year what they want to do.
Awesome.
So I think that will be kind of fun. We've got we actually are getting quite a bit of interest in calls about commercial sites and things. We're starting to get more of that. I think as we overcome our obstacles with that Southwest sewer, and as you'll see a rezone coming to you. I don't know what the recommendation on it'll be. The Planning Commission's going to hold a public hearing on a rezone request for the west side of the highway by Members First Credit Union. But there is interest in the commercial community coming down the pike. So that's pretty much plugging along that way.
Which lot is that on?
Brenner Connects.
Okay.
Yep.
Sounds good. Okay, Rob?
Testing.
1, 2, 3.
This is different. Yeah, things are busy in the public works as usual. I have enjoyed this last month or 3. It seems like having a slight break in the dramatic Providence City projects, in that we've caught up on our regular routine maintenance this summer on some areas that we were lacking and deficient in my mind. So it's been great catching up and accomplishing a whole lot in some of those areas that I felt were needing to get caught up on. So that's been great. We hit 1,000 feet on our well depth target about a day and a half ago. So now we're just waiting on the engineer report to give us some guidance and some thoughts on what they've learned during the process of getting down to that depth. So I'm excited to hear what that report will be, and optimistic it's going to be great.
We are too.
Mhm. And other than that, I'll take any questions.
I want to make a comment
Sure.
for the Sauerkraut Festival. Shane and Austin and Ken were there. They were so good to do whatever we asked them to do. We had them carrying stuff and moving stuff, and they kept the garbages emptied, and they did a tremendous job. So we want them to have a thank you from the mayor. I'm supposing that the rest of the council who interfaced with them would say the same thing. They did a great job. Shaler was awesome. He took care of that. There are a couple of things we need to do with the sound and make that work, but they just did a fabulous job. So please pass that along.
I would gladly pass that along.
I know that was a long weekend for staff, but
It was.
It was very appreciated.
I asked Shaler what all those little round things are on that baseball field. He said, those are fireworks. So I didn't realize that that's the kind of mess that the fireworks left. But he said he's picking up about 100 a day. So anyway, tell them all thank you.
Will do. Anything else? Anyone else?
Ty? Oh.
We did finally post for the Justice Court position. That will close in September. Most of that's on their end down in Salt Lake. They have asked us to find or nominate 2 members to be on the hiring committee. We're still trying to figure out what that process is. We're hoping to find out this week, and then we'll put forward 2 names, I believe, and then go from there. That's all I got.
Okay, thank you, Ryan.
Well, we've got a skate park moving along. If you haven't seen it making progress. We're making progress in each of our departments. I have thankfully been able to have some time off, so I appreciate that. Thank you. You know, we've submitted a number of grants, and we're working for some others. We submitted this last month a grant to do a tree inventory throughout the city. We also are working to submit a grant for the Safe Streets for All. So that would be one that this is demonstration one, so more painting and temporary, maybe testing out a roundabout in a few different areas. So it's not permanent infrastructure, but we continue to work in the various avenues. So if there's questions, I'm happy to take those.
When do we anticipate getting our arborist report back?
Mid-September at best.
Thanks.
And the engineers are still working on First East, right?
No.
They're done?
The engineers, we've put everything else on hold for First East until we get the council to make on First East on the first farther up.
Yes.
Can I cut
okay.
in just so that everyone up here is aware? The Total Tree Care Company, now I don't want that to get confused with the arborist and the sidewalk and what's going on to the north of 300 South, but I have hired that company to do some tree work on the east side of First East between 3rd South and Liz Hunsaker's house.
So that's
because
why
of
it's
where the
closed.
spring water is coming up through the middle of the roadway. I've also hired a different company to help me put in a burrito wrap collection system, for lack of a better way of wording it to you. So you'll see a tree company come in and take care of some of the vegetation on the east side of the road to make room from the other utilities that are in that area for me to put in a pipeline to capture all that spring water and take it away. And so that whole mess in the roadway is finally going to get handled, which is spring water still. And the trees that I'm going to get out of the way and make our project be able to function decent isn't related to anything further north, just so everybody's aware.
Sorry, my comment was further north. Yes, further north. We're waiting for the arborist report so we can go there. I have seen it, and in the last week I've been through 5 different states and I've seen a lot of sidewalk. And I think that we could just cut out the grass and put in rock chips or gravel, and we'd have a walking path in a hurry, and we'd save every one of those trees. And that's done in a lot of places back east.
How do you shovel it?
You don't.
Oh. You just slip and slide?
So the kids don't walk on it.
Well, at that, honestly, at that point, if we talk logistics down into that detail, oftentimes underneath a tree you don't get the same snow load you do under other places and off of streets because of where you'd place that. And I mean, there's
ways around it.
There's 100 different options of some of that. You trudge it down, you walk on top of it rather than I mean, there's a number of logistical items to that, but you can see there's definitely different interests in sidewalks. We have areas that are desperately in want and need of those. But anyway, no engineering on that section has stopped waiting for the arborist report to come back. So, any other
Making sure we're
questions?
doing our homework that we committed to. Okay. normal, but I'll let you ask.
Thank you. Dallin Briggs, Providence City citizen. I actually had a couple questions regarding the spring water and the kind of the tree collection and everything on that First South, and then you said that you were getting arborist and then doing a burrito wrap on everything and doing piping on that. Was that?
If you want to come in, we'd happy to schedule a time to either meet with Rob or I.
Yeah,
and we can
what's
go
the
through some of the details.
and this is me not knowing and everything, and how would be another way for me to get
If you call
more
them-
information to come in and
Call their
and
main
coordinate
number
with
and
you
ask
guys?
for either one of us. You could talk with either one of us.
So Rob Stapley, Ryan
Public
Snow.
Works. Yep.
Perfect, awesome, perfect. I'll follow up.
He's out and
tomorrow.
about. He might even stop in front of your house
No,
because
no.
he lives on First East.
Yeah, I'm next to Liz Hunsaker and everything, and so no, I noticed the barricades, but I didn't notice anything else, and so I was like, oh, okay, well, they're working, so that's great. So
You know that
can
I
come
called
in.
Michelle. And did she tell you?
I'm in and out. I'm constantly in Montana
Okay.
for work, and so I'm heading out there again tomorrow. So I'm in and out quite a bit for my job, so I've not been able to talk to her very much
Okay.
as of yet. So, all right, perfect. I'll follow up. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
Second?